Part 2 of this nightmare. Oh, there is one thing I forgot. Hang on. I see crowd control on screen. Did I just not... What? Okay, I did turn it back on. I'm not a complete idiot. Okay. Had a moment there. Don't mind me. Yeah, you ever forget that you did something? Yeah, I do that a lot. So I think we're okay. I think everything's okay. And good news, I remember what to do about the Richter problem now. It took a bit of time, and I did need a reminder. But we got there. We got there. I have one of the two things I need on already. I don't have the other one. Ooh. Did I sell it like an idiot? Or did I just never have it? I genuinely can't remember. We don't have the other thing either. There is still something I need to find. Okay. Now, there's a couple things potentially I need to find. And let me get the... I went and got a tracker. I just gotta figure out how to use it. Might take me a second. Just bear with me for just one quick second. I thought I understood, but I get the feeling I'm wrong. I went and got a tracker, which this was the only one I could find for this game. And yeah, no, I have no idea how to use this damn thing. Well, fine. We got through a decent amount without a tracker. We can continue to survive without a tracker. It'll be okay. Okay, sound effects are working. Music is working. Okay. Had a moment of concern there because I wasn't hearing anything. Hello? I'm glad this is happening immediately. My controls have immediately given up the ghost on me. I thought I fixed this as well, but apparently I didn't. What is going on with that? I genuinely have no idea why my controls keep randomly dying on me. With only BizHog. Something specific to BizHog just freaks out and stops working. And I don't have answers for you as to why. All the binding looks okay. And the controller's clearly working because I'm able to bind the controls. So there are occasional fuck-ups. I think that was just because of... Oh my god. There we go. Yeah, I just can't move in-game. Nobody sent anything. So it's not like that's the issue. I would have understood if somebody had sent an effect that locked me in place, but there is no such effect that I know of. Bear with me a moment while I figure out why everything is broken. And if I have to, I'll just switch controllers. Oh, wait, is it something stupid like these are fighting for control of the controller? No. I literally just had control seconds ago, and now I don't. What is happening? Okay. I'm gonna have to do this the stupid way. Bear with me 1 second again, folks. Go back to the way I played this ages past. It's gonna be weird. I'll make it work. I don't need these, but I'll put these over here. No, the emulator's just fucked. It's not the controller. Something's gone horribly wrong with the emulation just in general, because I switched to keyboard and I can't move. Bear with me while I figure this out, because apparently this decided to happen right now. For fuck's sake. Why does everything run through BizHawk? The emulator that breaks the most out of every I've ever touched. Why? You know, aside from the fact that this is where all the tasks and such are run through, so I guess that's why they use this. It just is such a shit show half the time. Do not. Useless goddamn thing. Okay, let me just try soft resetting. Hopefully that doesn't break that doesn't break the crowd control, but it might. I don't know what's going on with this thing. It's really just been a bad month, I swear. Every time I try to do anything, it just doesn't fucking work. And it is getting so frustrating. And no, I still have no input. Wait. I have input back now arbitrarily. What is happening? Well, hopefully my input stays this time. I'm just gonna endeavor not to move, just in case it is the wire tripping in and out that broke everything. Okay. So we still have places left we're gonna have to go, I guess. Just for clarity, let me go ahead and open the inventory again as soon as I... Nope, my controls are gone again. What the hell is going on? Wait, and now I have them back. What is... I don't understand anything. But anyway. Things I currently need. I need a gold and silver... Well, I've got the gold ring. I need a silver ring in order to open a door. Which leads to something. I also need the holy glasses in order to do the Richter fight properly. And then we can actually finish this. So I think either the holy glasses or the silver ring were in the library shop. I remember seeing one of the two.
What can I do for you?
I'm interested in this.
Apparently I was remembering incorrectly. Just across the board. It was probably the sunglasses I saw and I was like, oh yeah, glasses, yeah. started the second I start doing this. Oh, for the love of God. This has just been the worst month, I swear. No, none of this is useful.
Farewell for now.
Well, so much for that answer. Oh, fuck me. Looking at a different tracker, I did see a couple places left to check. The biggest problem I have... I forgot I still had the library card equipped. I'm a mess. Okay. I really thought it was gonna fucking crash now, just to add insult to injury. This is what I meant to do. It's gonna take a minute for me to get my head back in. Just bear with me. Between things happening off stream and now the control issues the second I started, I'm not off to a great start. That uncursing is exactly why the fairies still work. Yes, this is the way out. I'm betting that's going to change me back the second I pass through the screen. Yeah, because it's still a door. Now, the big blockage we've got for some of the checks I can think of is the fact that we still don't have Mistfall. The other issue is I'm betting there's just a couple that I don't know how to do. I was hoping I could jump over that. I should have known better. Keep forgetting you can't dash forward in this one, only backward. Just for verification's sake, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, this is a missed gate here. I have no idea why my fairy's yelling at me. I think that might be like a secret warning or something. Why that didn't happen at all yesterday is beyond me. I mean, not yesterday, last time. Like I said, I'm a mess right now. So just bear with me while my brain does not work at all. Doing fine all day today. Until I went to go live. My audio was broken first. Had to figure that one out, because the PC had gotten knocked out by a power surge or something last night. I'm not entirely sure what happened. Then Windows decided it wanted to update because the PC was off for a moment. So that fucked things up. now the control issues are happening. Just the universe is conspiring against me today is what I'm trying to say. And for some reason, I thought it was a great idea to allow the universe to further conspire by giving you guys the power to ruin my day even further. You would think I'd know better by now, really. But by the same token, last time you guys didn't do anything too terrible. So who can say what'll happen, really? Is this where I want to be? No. I should have hit the warp point on my way instead of walking. But walking gives me a chance to remember how things work. So it's probably better that I take my time initially. Get my eye in again. Even though this seed has been incredibly generous and fairly easy. It's better we be somewhat cautious regardless. And what that little bit of dialogue was, it might be that she was trying to heal me, and we didn't have anything to heal with. She just yelled at me. In fact, let's switch familiars for a little bit. Have the bat hang around for a little while. And remind me of the fact that I don't have bat form. So I can just continue to be upset. At least that worked first time. We don't need to be over here, though. Yeah, we'll go ahead and save down here in case something stupid happens. And for those who might be like, well, why don't you just check a spoiler log so you're not here all day? Well, the problem with that is, I'm an idiot, and I forgot to tell it to output a spoiler log, so I don't have one. I could feed the randomizer the seed again, and it would probably output an accurate piece of information. Now, the tracker I was looking at... Hang on. Pull that tracker back up. So that at least can show me the checks I need to do. Where it is? If I'm reading this right, there should be a room over here. Oh. No, I've got the wrong place. I'm a little bit off on my aim here. Not here, next one. Now the question is, how do I open? Because for those who are like, well, you're spoiling stuff for yourself here. Like, well, one, I've already beaten this game before. And two, there comes a point where you need a little bit of help. And right now I'm feeling I need that little bit of help. At the very least, to balance out the amount of dumb that's goddamn happened today so far. And just to double check to make sure I did actually do what I thought I did last time. It'll give me a quick logic backtrack. Yeah, so we aren't in there right now. According to the tracker, we have what we need to get in there. But the tracker might just be wrong. Got that. Got that. Have that. Yes, we got that. And that. Yes. We don't have the items that match up with this tracker, but we have the item locations on map. Is what I'm operating off of. I think we got that? Yeah, there was an item there. Yeah, this is the only check I'm not seeing myself in position to have done. So, how do I get in here? Or is this later? I don't have anything that'll attack the ground particularly well. I feel like this should have just gotten out of my way. Yeah, no, I feel like I should have gotten a reaction hitting the floor with that if it was gonna do anything. We are in an awkward position. I mean, there's a part of me that might have to accept the fact that I can't get into the inverted castle in this setup. But I feel like that's wrong. I'm left at an awkward impasse. I mean, there is more than one way to get things done, but I'm not gonna do it that way if I can help it. I don't think anything we need is dropped by an enemy. That is actually a concerning possibility I hadn't thought about. There might also be something down here in the water. So we are rapidly dying attempting this idea. Well, there was a heart max up down here, so this was worth checking. Just not actually good. I'm not sure we're gonna make it back out of this alive. Especially not if I get stuck in slow float. Game, please. Let me escape. Please. Okay. That was really bad and awkward, but we made it. Do I have any healing left? I know I didn't have a lot of healing on hand before. I do have an elixir, but I'd really rather not burn that just for fucking throwing myself in the ocean. Try getting some food out of the meal tickets. Banana, toadstool, pineapple. Welp. Okay, better than nothing. I stand corrected. That's not that much better than nothing. If I'm gonna check the other bits of water here, I'm gonna need a lot more health than that. We do have high potions. We unfortunately just can't buy healing is the real issue we're having right now. Otherwise, I would just health tank my way through the waters. Okay, we do have some lunch sets as well. Which don't help a lot anymore. That used to be a much more meaningful heal, till we got a lot more health. Keep eating everything. There's a good heal. Okay. That should be enough to get us through a bit more water. Yeah, this one doesn't have anything. I didn't figure it would, but I had to check. Another Covenant Stone. God damn it, game. Didn't look to be anything else behind them. Curry rice. Yeah, I feel that. Feel that. I wouldn't be really playing this right now if I hadn't signed myself up for a nightmare doing it. But, you know, it is what it is. Where did my shield go? There it is. Yeah, when our backlog is like 1,000 games long plus, it gets kind of be problematic. Right now, we're kind of stuck in a hole because I'm trying to figure out where the items I need ended up because of the randomizer, and it has been a thing. Oh, timing. For what it's worth, crowd control is active. It should be on the side of the screen there for you guys to see. Do what you wish with that information. I'm pretty sure I turned back. Yeah, I turned back if I hit water. Okay, I can just backdash spam my way through that. Okay. That solves that one. Not that that helps anything still, because that's not actually a useful item. Taking care of message-related things. Because I don't want to keep certain people waiting when they have something important to ask, or in this case, an important conversation they need to have. Can't get that one spot mapped, but I don't think there's anything actually important in that one spot. I'm going back over here to the boatman because I'm a little bit suspicious that we actually screwed something up over here. Even though I'm pretty sure there's not much way we could screw it up, but there's unmapped sections over here, so I may as well look at them. Just in case there's a flag that got screwed up somehow. So I know now that I need both rings in order for the one thing to activate. It does, but I fucked up and didn't actually have it output it because I forgot to actually output the damn thing. And since it's a web-based one, I don't have the information just still sitting there. Because I was rushing to get everything done. Yeah, that's the problem right now on that one. The thing is, this theoretically should still be doable. The concern on my mind is the fact that it's phrased as all seeds are completable. We can get a ending. I just don't know if we can actually get to the inverted castle in this setup. Because I'm missing... Well, basically, the only thing I'm really missing is the holy glasses. Without the holy glasses, I can't see what's controlling Richter and stop that. And I don't think you can attack it without being able to see it. But if this goes on much longer, I'm gonna try blindly attacking it. Because I think I remember where it sits. Now, if I could just blindly kill it, that would work. And don't get me wrong, if I really felt I needed to, you guys could crowd control the item I need into my hand. But I would rather not resort to that if I don't have to. So with only 2 checks missing in this castle, and one of which I physically can't do because I didn't get Mist Form, I'm kinda confused. Because the librarian didn't have it. None of the checks had it. The only real concern I have is that I was an idiot and sold the silver ring, forgetting what it did. But I don't think I did that. I'm pretty sure I only sold gems. Because I never needed money. So I wouldn't have seen a reason to sell it. Damn it, I can't get up enough of a head of steam now that I waited this long. My headspace is a disaster zone right now. So, expecting me to know what the hell I'm doing is incorrect. Pretty much those. Yeah, that'll take me to the warp point. And the thing is, a spoiler log would only be kind of half helpful for me right now anyway. Because, as far as I can tell, I've exhausted my available checks. Like, I have a tracker showing me all of the checks I can reach right now. And my map has touched all of them. Aside from the one I was checking originally in that bottom right save area, there's a breakable floor there, but apparently I couldn't break it, so I'm not really sure how that works. One of those things where the second I hit the go live button, everything decides to happen. That puts me here, which doesn't really help anything. I mean, I could try blindly going through that dark room down there, but I don't think that would... No, there's no check down there anyway. It would literally not matter. Again, unless this tracker's wrong. Which this tracker could be wrong for all I know. It looks right, but working off of multi-year-old memory is not a great idea for being sure about anything. Where am I now? That's back at the library, which is useless. For sake of argument, since I loaded the save, literally nothing has been accomplished aside from a couple of hard containers being grabbed, and I can literally just hit a save on my way there anyway. We're gonna go back to the Richter fight for a moment and see if I can blindly hit the thing that I need to hit. Because I'm running out of ideas. So I'm pretty sure it just straight up doesn't exist unless you have the holy glasses. Like, it doesn't exist in the engine at all without the glasses. And I'm not being an idiot and just forgetting that I have... No, because I don't have either of the mist. I don't have the mist or the bat, yeah. That's what I thought. Pretty sure I was correct about that. It's either that or I think up a way to bullshit my way past the spikes in that spike hallway. Which that might not be rendering properly in the tracker, since it's relating to a dialogue that happens over there. So that might not be showing as a check, but that might be where I get what I need to. Just double checking to make sure I did actually pick up everything that's up here. Now, I do have a backup ready to go if we can't actually go any further with this. I can't guarantee that that will actually go anywhere either. Nope, there's nothing here. I should have hit something by now, because it should have been up in one of these upper sections up here. Or if it was gonna be here, so I'm just gonna soft reset. Because I'm not gonna waste my time and yours going through the end credits again, because I fought Richter for nothing. So where do I need to go? That is the real question. Where the hell is left to go? Left to do literally anything. Now there's where you get the holy symbol. Now what doesn't add up is... Or are they saying what I need to get to them? No, that wouldn't make sense. Because the tracker's saying the merman statue's on the other side of where the oarsman takes you. And let me tell you, that doesn't make any damn sense. Because you need the merman statue for the oarsman to spawn. So if the oarsman doesn't spawn, how do you then get to the statue? That's what makes the... Not that I'm aware of, no. Also, as far as I'm aware, there's no speedrun tech for that position anyway. So there's some very odd things with this tracker in general. So I don't know if I trust this tracker at all. I feel like this tracker's a lie. At least as far as whether you can or can't get somewhere. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you for the Prime sub. I do not understand. Hang on. Let me make sure I'm not being stupid. Ah, okay. There's a bit of a wording fuckery there. Okay. So the oarsman is always in that spot over there that gets you to the merman statue. He then appears somewhere else. That's the fuckery with that. Okay. I'm just being an idiot. Hang on. I thought I was being stupid about something, and I was correct in thinking I was being stupid. Let me just head over to the warp room, get us back down there. So, that breakable floor that I was saying I was having trouble breaking, I'm pretty sure I'm being an idiot about that. I keep forgetting there's one specific thing you can always do in this game. Because it's unusual compared to the rest of the games that come after this. And that is the very simple thing of you can attack downward diagonally. Which is relevant, like, twice. Ever. This is not the one I meant to come out of, but this will work. No, it won't. That is significantly longer around. But no, I am all kinds of off-kilter because of a bunch of shit that happened before I started today. So I'm not surprised that I'm overlooking something stupid obvious like that. But I can't guarantee that that's even going to break the floor either. I just basically looked up a confirmation that that floor was in fact breakable. And that's why I'm saying that I'm an idiot. So we'll find out if I'm correct about that logic. I tried not to run into it so I didn't get knocked down, and instead I threw myself down the fucking hole. And there's too much shit on the way up, so I can't just shoot myself straight up the hole here. And that's why I didn't just kill her, because I knew she was going to take 2 hits. Also this. I still cannot open. I don't remember how to get that button pushed. So that's another point, by the way, as far as that tracker goes. There's no check in that room on the other side of where that button is. I feel like that would be a check. But I guess maybe that's not a spot where a key item of any kind to be put. There would just be something nice in there. Hard to say. If I do just swing down and break the floor, I'm going to be kind of mad at myself. but I'm also not going to be surprised. Considering we had the controls completely give up the ghost on me twice already today. We had the audio break happen, and just, so much stupid shit. And it's almost always because Windows decides to do something, or the computer gets knocked out arbitrarily somehow, that all these issues end up happening. Yeah, it does just hit there. Okay. But it was this spot specifically. That's why this was stupid. Okay. So actually, when I threw something earlier, it would have counted. I just missed. Okay. Yeah, you know, always being oh so helpful.
I'll guide you to meet your destiny.
And this is almost certainly going to be what we needed, or at least what we need to get to what we need. Considering this is the last check that's left that I can see. What is that? Nothing useful, and I regret my life choices. Ferryman, come back. Help. With the amount of health we have, it really doesn't actually matter. And we have double jump and everything, so I'm pretty sure we can walk through here. Yeah, we could have literally just walked through here, so the merman statue doesn't matter. It just makes it less painful. Okay, that's actually exactly what I need. Yep, that solves all my problems. Okay, that is fantastic news. Because we have every ability the Batform has, so we can access anything that the Batform is related to. That opens up two places to me. Well, one guaranteed, one potentially. It depends on whether the Bat can fit through that or not. We'll have to check. But that will solve my remaining issues, most likely. It is safe to say that either the Holy Glasses or the Silver Ring is going to be in one of these two checks that are left that we can get to. This is the correct way to get back there. I'm really annoyed about this whole situation, because this means we could have cracked this seat open a while ago, but you would have had to have known that that floor was breakable. Which, it's a different color than the rest of the place, so it's kind of hinted out that that's breakable, but by the same token, without knowing that, you have to just happen to check that. And this is on a lower end seed as well. This isn't meant to be a difficult seed. Which is why it gave us so much nice stuff so easily. But it's a simple matter of that's game knowledge I was supposed to have by their expectations, and I didn't have it. I don't think bat form gets me the capacity to do anything. Yeah, because the echo doesn't actually make contact with that at all. Still not really sure what to do about that button. The fairy doesn't touch it. I can't hit it in bat form, and I doubt mist form would do anything with that. There'd be no reason for that. Probably just something I'm not understanding. God damn it. Dogs don't know how to door. Zoom. Okay, that helps get us most of the way to where I'm trying to get to. Because we need to be in this dark room. And as long as we periodically pop echolocation, we'll know where the spikes are. As long as we don't touch the spikes, we're good. And that, I believe, yep, turns on the lights in here. We don't need to do that way anymore. Hopefully in here there will be something vaguely productive. Strawberry, life max up, that is helpful. Not important, but helpful. Werebane, and another life max up. Okay. TNT, which I don't need. Got his shield. That is nice. Something. Something, anything at all. This is what I get for asking for anything. I say anything and I got a something. Something completely useless. God damn it. I'm not surprised. I'm not in the slightest bit surprised by that turning out that way. But since we have zero reason to be down here anymore, I'm gonna pop up to the library and just use the warp point over there. Now, the only check we have left that I can think of then is that path you see over there on the left that I have not explored. Which is gonna be a little bit of a pain to get to, but not the worst.
What?
I mean, I basically got a rock, yeah.
I'm interested in this.
Oh, the silver ring is in the options in the jewel thing, so maybe I did sell the silver ring like an idiot. Oh, that could be a problem.
Thank you.
That could be a real big problem.
I'm interested in this.
Farewell for now.
Oh, I might have fallen for one of the gotchas. Which would really suck, but it wouldn't surprise me. That would explain why I remember getting a silver ring, but I no longer have a silver ring. And I know nobody took items away from me. Because the only item interaction I remember we had with crowd control was somebody giving me the merman statue after I already had the merman statue. Oh, as a joke. Actually, yeah, just use the elevator. Quicker. Now we'll just warp on over to the area under the castle. Close. I need the one under the castle, not the castle. This one? Yeah. Because this will be the Colosseum, which will be the closest thing to that chapel aside from the castle itself. And this should be slightly quicker. Plus or minus me hitting my head a dozen times. There we go. I also get to enjoy this music again. Level design. Forgot about the hole. God damn it. This is where we fought Olrox. Did not work out great for him. I was about to sit there and gravity boost my way up here like I did last time, but I don't have to now. I have bat. Everything in life is better with bat form. I'm just doing a great job today. Just doing such a good job. God damn it, I thought I timed the jump right. I did not. Hi. Yeah, nothing here can even hurt us, so it doesn't matter if we get hurt. That's a door. Oh, it's going fine now that I got unstuck because I forgot a check. What are you doing, Zed? Literally, Batform was stuck behind a breakable floor piece that I forgot about. And then was stupid about how I broke it because I forgot I could aim down. It's gonna be one of those days, huh? No, nothing's gonna be allowed to be simple here. Just let me get up and... You should have been gone, bird. You should not be there anymore. Thank you, Bat. Okay, now, does the bat form fit through here? It does. But I need mist form to pass that. Fuck! Well, that's an issue. We might really be in trouble here, actually. Because that leaves us with 2 checks I need mist form for. Yep. Both randomized and has crowd control on, and both have been a complication. So I need either the Holy Glasses or the Silver Ring. Because I might have been an idiot and lost my Silver Ring. Because without the Silver Ring, I can't go down into the middle section. And over here, which I don't think you can see my cursor, so it doesn't matter. And without mist form, I can't get across that gap or the other gap. One of which might have what I'm looking for, but I'm out of places to go. Let me check. Oh, right, I forgot. In this one, I can't check the bestiary on the go. I have to go back to the library to go check the bestiary. Let me see if the monster drops have the silver ring in them. Because I know we had more than one silver ring, and since they're sellable, that might be a thing.
What can I do for you?
I'm interested.
The thing is, the question marks do make things a concern as far as them possibly dropping other things I might need. And that's going to turn into a grind hell that I don't really want to deal with. Oh yeah, I punched these two to death, by the way, which was very funny. I mean, I'm not seeing the silver ring yet, but that doesn't mean it's not in here. So, I'm seeing a bunch of things in here that I know I don't have. So that's a bit of a question mark. Like, I don't know if I just didn't pick them up after killing them, or if these are wrong entries, or what's happening. And that's another thing, is the gold ring is droppable. So it's possible that the... You know, it would make sense then that the silver ring would also be droppable. I just don't know what would have it. And do note, in the crowd control thing, you can convert channel points over into coins, so you don't have to pay money to do crowd control things. The money would be nice, but I wouldn't ask anybody to pay for it. In theory, potentially. Which leaves me a lot of options, unfortunately. Since, like, half of these enemies all still have question marks. And the majority of them are in their rare item slot. Yeah, now we're into bosses, so... Basically, what that tells me is, like, half the map could potentially still have it. I think you had a question mark still. Like, I feel like it would be smart to start with things like the zombies and such that there are a lot of, because I'll be able to check the number very quickly.
I'm interested in this.
So let me grab some more library cards.
Thank you.
And
Thank
my
you.
controls broke again for a second. It's weird.
Farewell for now.
So yeah, we do have only two options that I can see right now. Gamble on getting a rare item drop from something that happens to be what we need. Or somebody's generous enough to give me either holy glasses or the silver ring. That's pretty much our two plays at this point. And don't get me wrong, I could also just give myself the item using crowd control, but that's That's beyond the line, I'd say. Since I have infinite coins, it would be actual cheating at that point. Don't have enough room. I'm also not 100% sure if the silver ring is in the crowd control options. I seem to recall seeing the holy glasses in there. I'm going the wrong way. I want to go to the warp point and go murder through a pile of zombies. Okay, so it is in there at least. Yeah, because I do remember lowering the costs on a lot of things as well. Make sure people could actually use things without having to spend more than the free coins they get. Why did I... Ugh. Brain, please. I meant to go to the lower warp, and I'm just like, yep, I warped. That's a good thing, right? That's where I need to be. Gonna go now. Close. Needed to be pointing to the right, so I know I have the right one. Yeah. Basically, what I'm gonna do is head back toward the castle entrance and just wolf form up and run back and forth through the zombie room in the hopes that the zombies drop something useful in that rare slot for the time being. Oop. Or that will save a lot of time, thank you. Because what I need to do now is I put... Am I being lied to? Should be in my... Crowd control, are you fucking with me? Oh no, it's just the labels are being fucky, potentially, I think. Possibly, maybe. I don't actually know. We'll see if the door opens. Okay, that means I need to go warp back up there. I could have swore I've seen an actual silver ring before, but it's not showing up in my inventory, and that's bugging me a bit. Because what I double-checked to make sure I knew how to get into the various places, it said you needed to have a gold and a silver ring equipped in order to access that one area over there, and I went to the wrong goddamn place. That said, my description for my gold ring is also wrong, so maybe everything is just forked. It's hard to really guarantee anything with the way this randomizer's been behaving. But I will do my best to make this work. Matter of I gotta make sure how things work. The thing is, That's the only thing I saw in there that had the correct description that was equipped. So, I hope that that's correct. And it may also be that the randomizer is messing with how crowd control works. Yeah, that's still there. This is supposed to open up. What's going on with this? I see your silver ring given in the thing, so I know that it worked. And I saw it pop up on my screen in the game as well. So I know your give command worked, but I don't know why I don't see any silver ring. Ah. God damn it. I'm checking on the actual wording on this. So what might actually be the case because of the randomizer is that neither of these items are actually correct. I'm gonna go ahead and refund you your coins. Since that's more or less my fault. But that's not gonna work as intended. That does leave us with a question mark, though. A question mark I have kind of an idea of the solution for. Because it's not based on the actual item, it moved the descriptions for the item to different items. We had what we needed, and that aquamarine was actually important. We needed the two halves of this inscription to do this. I remembered that this was a thing, that I needed two accessories of a particular kind to access the clock tower properly. And this will also lead to something else very important. Perfect. Okay. Save room, which is going to be important. I had a feeling there was something up with that aquamarine since we got it in that spot. But I didn't know. Now, is Tearfing any good is the better question. Not better than the Holy Sword, but with what we're going to be dealing with, Tearfing might be a better idea. Oh! Tearfing ended up having the Chrysogrim effect. Ooh. Okay. We in business, boys. Yeah, this is gonna be a whole thing. So this probably won't be bad at all at this point.
Alucard?
That voice, Maria?
I'm sorry. You were right. He has joined forces with the enemy.
So it was a Belmont after all.
But someone must be controlling him. Whatever we do, we can't harm Richter.
But he must be stopped.
I know. Well, here. Take these with you.
What are these?
So that's still set in stone.
If you wear these, you can see beyond evil illusions.
Thank you. 'Tis best then if you pray for the soul of your friend.
Now, there's more than one thing that happens in that room, but the other thing doesn't happen in this version of the room. But now we have the holy glasses, we can actually do the Richter fight correctly. And that will trigger the inverted castle and we can finally move forward. That's another case of that's on me that didn't work correctly. Now this one's still supposed to move out of the way at some point. I'm not really sure what causes that one to move. I think we just keep missing the timing, because the other one's time-based. But I'm also not really that fussed about getting in there. Now that we have what we need, I could not care. Let's go save a Belmont from himself. Except I forgot that the clock tower doesn't connect to the rest of it from here. Gotta go the other way. Specifically the way that actually conveniently opened up, so... Should have remembered that, but eh. We'll go up there, we'll save, we'll break the curse, and we'll carry on. It's holy, okay. So I will say, the rest of this is just gonna mostly be a matter of going through the motions. Because with a weapon that works this way, and the amount of armor and health we have, really, this ain't gonna be much trouble. Another big notifications. Ah. Loud notifications going off, except they're not actually making sound. They're just visually loud. For those who haven't seen it will understand why I was saying I could just kill the thing that's in the room. if I was just allowed to hit it. Speaking of, before I forget, let me put the glasses on. Hey, Blowfish. You've missed some fuckery along the way, for lack of a better way of putting it. Me not realizing randomized items actually had their descriptions changed. Forgetting about a certain breakable floor. There was a lot. All stemming from audio breakages and all kinds of other fun things like that before things even really got going. Now I'm hitting every wrong door because I can't pay attention. Now, making sure I'm wearing the holy glasses, we should be good. Let me double check to make sure the description on those is correct. Yes, sees behind magical curses. Okay. Now the biggest threat left is me accidentally killing Richter trying to hit the thing that I'm gonna need to hit. Yes, you are Richter. See that thing up there? We need to kill that. But you'll notice I can end up hitting him in the process, so I almost killed him.
You've defeated me, but all is not yet lost. The resurrection of Count Dracula is at hand.
And for those paying attention, you'll notice the voice for Shaft was inside the voice for Richter at the same time. They had a weird effect going where they both kind of had a little bit of each other's voice going. There's two castles. I'm still not really sure where the whole upside-down castle idea comes in from. But, well, we have access to the inverted castle now.
No. What have I done?
Thank you, Alucard, for saving Richter.
Alucard? The same Alucard who fought alongside my ancestor, Trevor Belmont?
Oh, yeah.
That was over 300 years ago.
No time for small talk. Is the person who controlled you in that castle over there?
Yes, I think so.
Maria, take Richter and leave here. I'll finish this.
All right. Good luck.
And for all that the voice acting is boosted weirdly because of how they recorded it, even the voice acting holds up reasonably well. The writing gets a little weird at times, but the actual voice quality is not bad. Most everything about this holds up. Aside from the interesting design choice of how you use items. Using items is the only real issue with this game. Yeah, the whole gimmick here is gonna be just everything's fucking upside down. Which is gonna make some parts weird. Oh hey, another holy sword. God damn it. God damn it again. I'm not gonna stop being just mildly annoyed, though, that I could have finished the seed last time. I could have just done it in one go had I not been an idiot. Because as it turns out, we didn't need bat form or anything. At least to get into the Upside Down Castle. Don't get me wrong, it's probably going to be necessary to get through the Upside Down Castle. But, just, mild annoy. What did I open this menu for? I opened this menu for a reason. Whatever. Whatever the reason was, it's probably not that important. Look at how the clock tower actually rotates in the background. The little touches is what really makes this game as good as it is in a lot of cases. Oh, there's another room down here. Why am I getting so many Covenant stones? Upside down save room. A good thing that these upside down save rooms don't, like, kill you or something instead of saving the game. That would be awful. This is also why I'm not allowed to be a game designer. Oh no, he's a big bat. No more bat. Hey, look, the cube of Zoe. What that does is make stuff fall out of candles. So we can get the other sub-weapons. This is the one I actually like. Yeah, this is the bouncing gem. Which can do absolutely horrific things in the right places. Ooh, the book is also actually pretty tempting. But I like my little rock. I don't think the Mablung sword's any good. I think we have one of those. No, we don't have that. But it's 1 point weaker than my current sword. But it is a funny number. Shield is better, so I should probably be using this. Both of these are actually better as well. The a la carte shield. I know what it's supposed to say, but I'm saying it that way for my own amusement. Now, ordinarily, things in here would be significantly more dangerous. But since we are a little bit ridiculous... Gotta use it here. I didn't need that anyway. Especially since another one drops right there anyway. Yeah, since we're a little bit ridiculous, this isn't really gonna be that dangerous. We can die. We absolutely could die here. It's just not that likely. Barring certain crowd interventions. Somewhere in here, presumably, is Mist Form as well, considering that's the only thing we're missing. And depending on how long it takes to get through the Upside Down Castle and get things done here, I might go back and go get those things that are behind the Mistform doors. Because it shouldn't take us too long to clear this now. I think it's just a weird localization for, like, a Morning Star. Oh no, it's got lunar markings on it. Apparently stronger? Swing. You know what? I'm amused. I think the funniest part about this to me is the fact that I could absolutely see Alucard walking around smacking people with this. It would just be completely believable. Where the hell's the door out of here? Okay, it is up there. If you thought I could get at my wires crossed in the normal castle, just wait till you see how confused I'm gonna get here. Wow, there's a lot of shit in here. I regret switching to this weapon. But it's a life choice that I'm gonna live with. And that's exactly why I didn't just bat form in the first place. It's because I knew I was just gonna get knocked out of it immediately. Now, I could do the gear puzzle again, but with the sheer spawn rate in here, I'm not sure I care enough. Considering it drove me up a wall last time. I doubt there's anything important behind it, considering we have 90% of the actually important items. I've done enough self-inflicted damage at this point. I mean, generally, yes. You are correct. And there's also my own reasons for saying that to begin with. Specifically the fact that I might also be purposely tempting fate. And I wouldn't be surprised if one of the pieces of Dracula might be behind that. That might be a thing. But I don't think there's any traversal items left that'll be behind that, because I think well, there's a chance Mistform's behind that, but at the same time, I don't think Mistforms are required at this point, at least not to finish the game. There are a couple doors we could use Mistform for, but I don't think it's required. Combat knife. That's definitely never seen the light of day. Okay, nothing down here. Of course I jump and immediately find the only patch of ceiling around, huh? Why does that not surprise me? Mine in a sea of purple. big skull. Oh yeah, these are either indestructible or nigh indestructible, right? They're just kind of there. Why they have an actual nameplate and everything is beyond me. Oh yeah, we need to activate the elevator on this side. Or, you know, just disregard the idea of the elevator entirely. Could you not? What did I just say? In all practical purposes, we can go anywhere and do most anything. With the only notable exception, yet again, being Mistborn. Simone. And another boss fight. Hey, big guy. Oh yeah, I forgot, he fucking Sonics around. Frankie's got moves. You're gonna die eventually. Ta-da! Nose Devil. Well, that's not that helpful. We now have another familiar. I think it's a side effect of the randomizer that both the English and Japanese versions of those familiars are enabled. Okay, notification there. Right. Okay, that's fine. It is interesting which enemies they chose to bring over for the Upside Down Castle, though. Alright. I've memed around with punishing people with the power of the moon. Let's move on to actually being productive again. Pentagram. They could have made new enemies for here, but instead they carry over a bunch of enemies from the original castle. And I think there are a couple unique ones too, because I don't remember seeing the bomb armors anywhere in the regular castle. There's still a bunch of carryover as well. Now, the only holdback I've got is I don't remember if I need to actually get all the pieces of Dracula to finish the game. I think for the best possible ending, I would want to go get all the parts of Dracula. But I don't know if I'm that fussed about that. Considering getting all of the parts could very well mean going all over the damn map. We do have one piece of Dracula, just not the rest of them. giant Nova skeletons I don't think were in the regular castle, and they're here. They're also kind of awful if you can't kill them quickly. That laser will hurt like a motherfucker. So with our current bullshit armor, I don't think even they can really hurt us too much. We're mostly just in danger from traps. Which I keep stepping on because, you know, I'm paying so much attention to where I'm going. I'm not even gonna bother putting the shield back on right now because I'm not using it because I'm an idiot. So, I'm gonna leave it off. Yep, that sure is fancy you got there. Here, let me show you how to do it properly. Oh wow, he actually does not take much damage from my attacks either. So we're at a bit of an impasse here. We're gonna be here for a bit. Wow, yeah, he actually really hurts. He might be the only thing in here that actually hurts. That's a problem. That's actually a really big problem. You know what? Elixir out of respect. You're gonna die eventually. Joke's on you, I won't get tired anytime quick. I'm too damn stubborn for my own good. I'm pretty sure he's got a lot of health. Oh, he finally gave up on blocking. Of course, the second I looked away at chat is when he decided to actually attack again. We might be here a while. At 2 damage a hit, this is definitely not going to be fast. Okay, let me switch to a different weapon. That's definitely the wrong label. This might work. Here you go, buddy. Have fun with that. Of course, he just guards that, huh? Well, that's disappointing. Yeah, the Holy Sword does good damage against him. Okay. So now he's back to spamming that. Enough out of you. It came down to the point of I spent enough fighting him that I was committed at that point. But yes, that would be the smarter choice. I just gotta watch out for the overhead. That he doesn't catch me with it. At the very least, since I had spent the elixir fighting the first one, I was going to kill him. No matter how it played out, I was going to kill him. It's good to see things are actually starting to be a threat again. I was really beginning to worry I was going to be able to just cruise through the rest of this. Really would not have been very interesting to watch. Actually reminds me, there is nothing better, right? That would be a slight improvement. I'd lose my nice colors, but at this point we probably need a little bit of help. I could switch on a second gold ring and just go full ham on pummeling things' heads in. Yeah, I also don't need the holy glasses on anymore. I'll actually switch to somewhat serious equipment. I still think we don't have anything better than the holy sword, though. Also, just keep reading that description, and everybody's just more than welcome to get upset about that one like I was when I read that. Yeah, that's a whole thing. Yeah, no, it looks like the Holy Sword is the best thing I've got at the moment. Aside from the Tearfing for just pure speed. The Greatsword technically would do more damage, but it's so awkwardly slow. And the Knuckle Duster has the reach of no. Like, if I need reach, the Rune Sword's my best choice. If I need speed, the Tearfing's the best choice, and the Holy Sword's the highest damage. I will go back to the Tearfing until we run into another one of those durable enemies. Just so I can hit and move. All the Medusa heads. Yep. My feet. I don't think we had the battle lair yet. But I doubt it's any good. Actually, no. That is a dark version of the Holy Sword, presumably. And it is slightly stronger. How does it swing? Okay, it's just a regular sword. We can try this out for a bit. What does a smart potion do? Now, it does what it says on the tin. Fair enough. You got me there, game. The phraseology made me think it was a potion that was going to intelligently increase my health somehow. Because, you know, you would have expected that to be like an int potion or something, not a smart potion. And I don't remember. Does the library card when you're in the inverted castle take you to the inverted library, or would it take me to the regular library? Because I'm wondering if I should have that in hand as an emergency exit button. But I don't want to have to go back into the inverted castle and do all of this again. If I end up using it. Also, why don't I do this? This way, as I'm going around, I have the Tearfing in the other hand, ready to go if I need to get rid of something quickly. Right, because I'm not smart. like I said, I'm not smart. So, fun fact, I was basing that on what I remember of the Nova Skeleton's range in later games, because we hadn't let that one fire off at any point. Turns out they had a longer reach back in these days. A much longer reach. So that's unfortunate. Right then. Thankfully, we had at least saved after we got into the reverse castle. And I have once again proven that I can be killed under any circumstances, no matter how strong I am. Hang on. Brain. Fuck's sake, brain. Turfing in that hand, since you never use your shield. Shield does not matter. I'm gonna do one of those. Because what I can do is do a regular hit and back it with the other sword because it skips animations. Now that I'm having to actually start taking this place a little more seriously. It's also a good way to walk around and break items open. Fix this as well. I'm gonna keep the Joseph cloak on because the other one was really hard to look at and it was only one more defense. I think it was when we went higher up that I died, so let's go this way instead this time. No, this is the same one we went into, isn't it? Let's go the other one. I'd be lying if I said I could tell where I was anymore, or after that death. Okay, that sound needs to stop. Oh god, instead it's double. So I have some regrets about going this way. Just a few. I believe when the bat shows a question mark, there's also something else in that room. And I'm pretty sure we can get somewhere else in this room. Can't we? No, that is the end of the room. There's nothing visible, so whatever. You're not one axis. Oh, my ears. They kill my body and my ears. Nova skeletons really are the worst. Ooh, that was close. Huh. Yep. Same as it was in the original castle. Oh, and actually, I have one other thing I can show off before we go to the backup game after this is done. If there's time. Depends on how long it takes before we finish this. Now that things are actually showing their teeth again, it might actually take longer than I thought. Because if things like the Nova Skeletons and such are doing that much damage, I have a decent amount of confidence that we'll actually be in danger against the final boss. Boss is, depending on how it plays out. I might even have to try or something. Wouldn't that be a wild thought? In terms of usability, I would recommend Duck Station. If you want to do crowd control, you'll have to use BizHawk. Remind me after I'm done with this, and I can literally just hand you my setup for it. And save you all the hassle of setting things up. And it'll also save me the hassle of you coming to me later and going, I broke it. Well, how did you break it? Because we all know that's more or less exactly how that conversation would go. Especially considering I broke Duck Station rather quickly initially, too. And the music's gone. I started grooving to it, the music just got taken away from me immediately. You can't have it. It's too good. I think this might be... Nope, this isn't the one with the nested secret. I don't know if it's this game or not, because I know a bunch of them have had that nested secret in them, and I don't know if this one has one. I thought it did, and I might have hit it already. I do not remember. Ah, okay. Well, you know I have an asinine collection. So, need be, I can sort things out. I can also just point you in a very good direction in general. I've got a few things I'm meaning to try as well, that I haven't tried at all as of yet. It's one of those things where new translation patches start showing up for things. Oh yeah. That's how you end up with it in triplicate, is because you re-download it 1,000 times. But you know, at least that makes sure you have it. You're not like me where I'm like, oh yeah, I have that. Doesn't have it at all. It's two sides of the same problem, really. The continuous lack of organization in any shape and or form. You might think having it all organized in labeled system folders and things would actually mean I understand what's in there. Some of them, yes, some of them, no. Because some of them, there's too many things in there for me to ever remember everything that's in there. Cut it out, lady. Alright, alright. I see. So what you're saying is I need to use a shield. That's what you're telling me, is that a shield is actually important for a change. That was getting awkward. Oh yeah, by the way, you have iframes when you're transforming. Highly recommend using your transformation to protect you sometimes. This is getting problematic. Wow, she has a really long attack radius, apparently. I thought I was out of her sight, so it's like, oh, she'll stop attacking me. Nope, I still see that little green thing chasing me. How about if I go up here? Am I safe up here? Maybe... Okay, yeah, she's trying to attack me from down there, so I can eat in peace over here. Lost my damn orange. Just gonna eat an entire inventory, don't mind me. And this is what I was saying about the way items work and this being a problem. Not exactly great to sit here and just go, oh yeah, I'll throw this food item on the floor and this food item on the floor. Okay, I've gained 100 health. But I will say, I don't see it as being the worst thing by virtue of the fact that the later games can just be beaten by you having an inventory full of potions and just mainlining them the whole fight. Now, there is a trade-off there. Okay, the only thing left I have left to heal myself with is my elixir. That's unfortunate. I did pick up a second elixir. How about this? Let's just not deal with it. I like this not dealing with that idea. I can't just fly over her because she'll just shoot me out of the air. I could try getting a running start with the wolf and just zoom past her, though. That might work. Get this nice and early so I don't miss it. After what happened earlier today. Oh god, she's here too. Why? Zoom zoom, fuck you! Okay, so good news, that plan works. Bad news, my head's getting wet, so I'm drowning. Dracula. Okay. That might be good. Yep, that is better. Defense increases with map coverage. That'll definitely help. Because we have a decent amount of map coverage. Now, the problem is we are once again in danger for health. So I guess I'm gonna chug an elixir. Because we don't have much other choice. Note also that there's a delay on those working, too. You gotta wait for the animation to finish before you get your health. Be a dog so we can fit underneath the water so we don't hit my head all the time. Aha! Speaking of defense... Because, if I remember right, the Heart of Vlad gives you Constitution. Nope, Avoid Curse. Sad. Must be the Rib, then, that gives Constitution. Because I know there's one for most of the major combat stats, and then there's a couple benefits on the side from the bits of Dracula. I'm not going to try to pronounce whatever that is, but what is that? Also, to the best of my knowledge, there is no sort button for this, so if this looks like a mess, that's going to be because it's going to stay a mess, and there's nothing I can do Oh. Reduces heart consumption. I find it in my heart to not be able to care about that. Help. Help. Glad that was worth it. Do I actually want that? I don't know, but I haven't. Better to be in the water. Which is a concerning thing to say, all things considered. Oh, we're out of there, we're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's good, everything's fine. What did I get? All of that for +1, +1. Universe has a sense of humor and I'm the butt of the joke. Hello, me. Oh no, 1 damage and poison. Ow. Get juggled. At the rate this is going, you're not gonna win, my dude. The ducking is so that half the time is chargeable over my head, just so I don't get stunned. But I think I found the spot. Because he's gonna keep trying to walk towards me and get hit. Life max up. Okay. Very good. That's the unfortunate thing with a fair few of the boss fights in this, is that they're actually incredibly breakable. Especially the doppelganger fights, because the doppelganger AI is a little derp. That is not what the walk armor would normally do. I'm pretty sure that's what's supposed to have the effect that the Dracula tunic now has. Instead, it increases magic attack power, which, let me tell you, doing these inputs to do these spells, not really something I'm that about. They are powerful to the best of my knowledge. They're just, oh my god, kind of a pain to use. Well, that would have been a really bad thing to land in. Especially since they don't die very quickly either. Nice. But this is a great place to get a bunch of experience, and we are probably underleveled at this point, judging from the way things are going. So I'm just gonna quickly make some calamari. Oh, neat. There just happens to be sushi on the other side of all of those. How much experience are those worth, anyway? Hard to say. 737 to get to the next level. Are you gonna respawn? Because one reappeared, so I was assuming they were gonna just keep coming back. They're worth a decent amount, actually. They're worth like 200 something. There's the level. Sushi and cheese is what I fell into octopus hell for, apparently. Alucard the sushi chef is at it again. Okay, they don't do a lot of damage. Don't get me wrong, gear doesn't matter as... I mean, level doesn't matter as much as gear does, but levels do help. Okay, give me 1 second. I gotta go move something. It'll only take a moment, because I'm only just moving it from the freezer to the fridge. I'm just gonna quickly throw an ad in the 2 minutes I'm gonna be gone. Okay. I'm sure some of you aren't on the ad at this point anyway, and I see that there's 11 seconds left on the timer. Let's just get back into business and move on. Didn't go to intermission, right? No, I didn't. Okay. We're good. We good. Not that anybody would have missed anything if I spent a 2-minute ad walking back and forth cutting squids. Take 9 of them to gain another level. Yeah, we'll grab at least the one more, and then we'll move on. I'm pretty sure 10 of them would literally just be walking across the road. Yeah, there's more than 10 of them in here, and that's why we gained our level. That works. I'm pretty sure we were a bit under-leveled. Now at 37, that's probably a little bit better. I think that raised our stats like 3 points. Probably not even that much. Yeah, aim from the right one. Apparently all for nothing. A little suspicious. Whatever. Not gonna worry about it right now. Not that far back. Ah, good, a save room. We did need another one of those. I don't think I was on a train of thought when I walked away, was I? I think so. Wee, longest tunnel ever. Don't want holy water, damn it. Only use for holy water is the item crush, which we don't have. I think it does break certain fights in some of the other Castlevanias, but I don't think it's of any use here. That much. But personally, I would always rather have the cross. Give me the cross if I'm gonna have a sub-weapon. Do I have an antidote? In this mess of an inventory somewhere, is there an antidote? Better question, I suppose, becomes, do I care? I mean, I guess I can file it under at least I looked. I'm not seeing an antidote anywhere in here, surprisingly. All the crap I picked up, and not an antidote in the bunch. Oh. Good thing poison doesn't actually do that much damage. Not at this point. Like, it doesn't seem to be hurting me at all. Just making me flash weird purple colors. So there's that. Pendant that I don't need. I may as well just pop these open in bat form and not have to waste the time swapping back. I got excited up until Red Steel Cure us, and then I got disappointed. Yeah. The save point? And if I do? Considering we've got things that might kill me in 3 hits in here. Well, as long as it's actually increasing my defense with map coverage, we will just keep getting stronger. This is where the succubus fight would have been in the other castle. That's why there's just an empty save point looking room there. For those who missed that part. Me getting poisoned again. Nothing bad here. Everything's fine. Oh yeah, I did mention that there were some new translations now. Like, there's a PlayStation Goemon game that I didn't realize existed that I found translation for recently. I don't know if the translation is done, but if it is, I might play that. At the very least, I'll try it. Something else I saw translation yesterday, and I forget what it was. I already used this save point. Not really. We've touched a bunch of save points recently. Don't need that particular one. All we would lose is like 5 steps of walking. And we didn't lose enough health to need to recharge. Where the hell am I going from? I guess back to where we died is as good of a path as any. That's kind of the problem I have right now, is I don't have like a clear set place I want to be in mind. Feels just a little bit too real in some respects, but that's neither here nor there. Which is part of the problem. I mean, I could go down into here. Go this way. What's over here? No rocks in the area. And I got a reasonably close save point to the center point too. And I think the center point's actually where I need to be going, technically. I just figured I may as well explore the Upside Down Castle before committing to dealing with that. Primarily just because of the fact that we had the whole situation where things were actually starting to do real damage to us. Which tells me we might get bodied if we try to finish things up right now. But then again, I suppose half the fun is finding out, isn't it? There's also a very real chance we won't find anything good, even if we walk the entire Upside Down Castle. The only real advantage we would have at that point would be the fact that I would be charging Dracula's tunic up or to give people defense. You know, it's kind of crazy when you think about just how long some of these designs have carried over Castlevania games. Like, you even still see that weird squid-headed thing in Order of Ecclesia, and his design hasn't changed. Admittedly, that's a majority in part because they're actually based off of real folklore things and stuff of that nature. So they can't really deviate the design too far. It's just interesting. Just keep seeing that again as you go around various games. It's like they just took a design and went, you know what? We did good this time. We don't need to do anything else. Like, for example, the Frankenstein monster design dubbed as the creature in Wolves. That changes a lot. But a lot of the other ones don't. It's interesting that that one in particular is one that changes. This design gets used for a boss in the later games, but it's just kind of here right now. But I think he does get turned into a regular enemy in the other. He also has a different name. One of those weird little things that you notice when you've played an entire series. Technically, I haven't played the entire series. I played a lot of it. I haven't played all of it. Because I haven't played Lament of Innocence completely, and what else haven't I finished? I know there's a couple more odd Castlevania games that I haven't played. Like, I only just barely touched on the weird multiplayer one. Hey, there's the holy symbol. You know, the snorkel. The holy snorkel. That thing I needed all that time ago and probably don't really need it all anymore. Actually, I'll take the at this point. The stone is all well and fun, but it's not doing any damage anymore. Not that it really ever did, ever since we picked it up. Picked it up so late. But, you know. No other things in here. Good. You know, in hindsight, I probably should put crowd control and randomizer in the tag instead of the mess I have in there because I was fucking around with the tag system. Doesn't work. People will either find their way here or they won't. Yes, that's clearly what I wanted to accomplish. Thank you. Is that actually there? Nope. Flying. Oh yeah, those are the ones that split in half. You don't kill them too fast. Hello, Cthulhu. Bye, Cthulhu. You didn't look like Cthulhu anyway. Ooh, burning face. Didn't look like a diamond at all, actually. You know what? That's probably worth exchanging, actually. Take the 15 attack hit and get the 15 defense. Since, like I said, things were actually starting to hurt me. We'll go with the strategy of if they can't hurt me, they can't stop me. That's a deep fucking hole to fall down. Well, guess we're down here now. Here. Axe Lord armor, which was supposedly dropped by an enemy. Of course, we get the Axe Lord armor and immediately get dark armor as well. Amazing. Neither of which are something I actually want. Nope. Not that I can say I'm surprised particularly by this revelation. I mean, as I just keep swinging my shield sword around in front of me. Okay, that's this one. Means I wanted to go through the other one. That other one will either have spikes in it, like it does in the normal castle, or it'll have some other nonsense I'm gonna have to get past in order to get to the other side of it. But hopefully there'll be something interesting on the other side. At least that's the theory. Oh, it is full of spikes. And it still has a mist gate in it. Well, never mind. No fun allowed. Not aside from climbing all the way up, which I may as well since I'm like halfway up anyway. A lot of bad spawned here. Oh, that's a problem. Yeah, just fly in front of me, everybody. It'll be fine. Only good things will happen if you fly in front of me, I promise. I guess that's like salt or something. I've never figured out what this is. Actually, it might be rice, because there was that whole thing where vampires apparently count rice, or something. Like they're compelled to count in some folklore. either way, I don't want it, but I'm stuck with it because I don't know where my book landed. Check the other one on the way back. Hey, Zeno.
Hello there.
Welcome to constant nonsense. Finally made it to the Upside Down Castle, so progress has been had. Vaguely. I don't know if we've been going that fast. Stop to him and his annoying machine. My shoulder. Ow. I was demonstrated there. If an imp gets a hold of you, it'll just make you keep doing something. Usually attacking. I believe they can also make you sit there and jump in place like an idiot, though. Might only be some games. Come on. There you go. You do stuff. They're only really a threat when other things are. Yep, that's fine. I'm looking forward to seeing how it works out. That pentagram. Peaceful. Really just kind of disappointing. Con. So the quote-unquote barrel circlet might be good. It's close to being good. We didn't find the silver helmet, that would have been good. Another sire attack. Ah, good. We get to keep everything we found. It's funny, I equip both swords like I'm going to use both, and here I am just spamming away with the Terrafing. This is why I made sure we couldn't lose the Jewel of Open, because I knew we were going to encounter Jewel of Open doors here. Because everything is needed again, basically, in here. Because you're literally just doing it again, but upside down. And more dangerous. The big advantage we have is we're just a lot stronger now. And we have all of the mobility items. So we can kind of just fly through a lot of it. It's just not the best. Because, you know, everything is stronger. And as we learned when we first got here, it doesn't necessarily stay the same amount of difficulty. As demonstrated by the fact that we were actually in danger. God, I hate Ukabak so much. Sit there and leave flames everywhere. Shit. Look at all of this fire everywhere. They are left alive for more than a minute or so. The entire room is just engulfed in flame. Don't get me wrong, I respect a good pyromaniac, but god damn it, he's in my way. Oh, that would have had an ability or something cool in it. Instead, it had a target. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure to somebody that target is cool. Me, not very helpful. Either way, we're getting places. Going places. Getting things done. Doing stuff. tracker, I'd be seeing that there's less checks in this version of the castle. Because there's only so many places you're actually supposed to be intended to go. Because they don't want you to have to go through literally everything. But if you want to get 100% map completion and everything, you then have to go through literally everything. We're not aiming for 100%. Not really an issue. Question becomes, where is anything interesting? That's Yep, it's fermented soybeans. That's what I thought. Nope. Just an armor laying on the floor here. Well, that's the one thing that I would actually take holy water over. And it resists stoning, but it would make me very killable. And being killable, not exactly a high priority on my part. Shocking, no. You would think I'd want to be killable. No, no, no. I want to live. Forever. No, actually, I wouldn't want to live forever. I would probably go insane. Eventually, you'll just get so fucking... You will run out of things to do with an endless life. Not to mention just how tired of humanity I already get. Just imagine how tired of people's shit you would be if you lived like an extra 100 or 200. It would just get disgusting. Okay, this one didn't send me anywhere because I don't have any other warp points. Only the first one is free, I guess. Because that one is needed to get through the door that it leads to. We're almost back to the entrance, though. Which is where I've vaguely been wandering. Kind of heading toward the entrance to go full circle. See, Dodo isn't extinct. It's here in Dracula's castle. The rest of the awful things going around. I mean, it's extinct now because I killed it. That's not the important thing. The important thing is I found it. We can just ignore that one. Write that out of the history. Things are getting weird. I don't like it. A bunch of Ouroboros is falling. They don't seem to hurt me at all, though. Amberjay. No, coming back to the entrance might have been a waste of my time. I feel like I kept the lightning gun back. Why not? Lamborghini. It's not bad. I don't think we picked up anything else interesting along our way, did we? There's nothing that screamed it could be worthwhile. Wrong form. That was almost bad. Turns out dogs can't fly. Just in case you were wondering, dogs can't fly. Unless it's a doghouse. They fly those routes. Going now. It still can't be transformed in touch water. You don't get hurt by water. Water also is weird and pink here, and I don't know how to feel about that. The mermen were having a bubble bath, and then they all died. Another heart max up. Up. Hey. We're in the other half of this place. With the same thing. Oh, we're immune to water. That. As long as the real scary thing isn't here, we're fine. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm gonna hope that I'm correct that it's not here. But hopefully it won't be as dangerous anymore now that we gain more armor. Only time will tell, though. There's some big fish in the water. It's hard to believe I've only been going 2 hours. It feels like it's been longer than that. Not intended as a bad thing, just time has been flying so fast the last couple days, I'm surprised time's going at a reasonable speed today. Am I the only one who's been noticing that? Where days have been, like, just disappearing again? Or have things just been that wacky for me that time's been being weird? I don't think I actually want them to do that. I mean, it's got defense on it, but all of them have some defense. And I haven't been using it for anything other than a stat stick of defense. So I think I'll just stick with what I've got, which is one sword for speed and then the other one in case something survives. Well, you're working. Of course it drags. You know, there's a difference there. You're at a job you hate. Time is going to drag no matter how fast the universe is going. Gap over there's messing with me. I don't understand. Oh right, the waterfall just shuts off all my movement still. Well, there went that plan. Yeah, that sounds about right. Nobody wants to go outside after dark. Whee. monster. No. Okay. Die. I mean, you've got a fair point on that one, but you know what I mean. Also, welcome to this mess. Miss Omega. How are you doing? Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Hi, Death. How you doing?
So, you've made it this far. In the name of your father, cease this foolishness!
Not while there's a breath in my body.
Then, for the Master, I'll feast on your soul this night.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But throw him. Oh no, crazy death form. Ah. And that's that. That is catharsis for all of the other variations of death that have been such an aggravation for me. I would have fought him fair because he's death, but no. Not having it today. This is by no means my first time, it's just been a long time. It's also randomized, so things are a little weird. Okay. I have looked at Game Maker before, but I've never really actually done much with it. Once upon a time, I entertained the idea of making something, and then I realized it was way above my capacity to pay attention to it. At least at the time I was trying. More power to you if you make it really work, though. Reverse cloak just hanging out on this ledge. Okay, all told, I think this will be... When I finish this will be the third time I've beaten Symphony of the Night. Twice randomized, once normally. Yeah. You definitely streamline it as you go. I've just had so many plates spinning that I chose to keep the creative plate of actually making my own art design over the creative plate of programming. In the end, we're both still making enemies, just we're doing different parts of it. I basically just learned enough to recognize the way some things work, and that's about as far as I got with it. Yeah, Overwatch Quarters was a pretty good area to begin with. It was a... I do agree with the idea of adding more rooms to it, but it was kind of short. Trying to pick the crossback. I know there's definitely some artists that have made some very good looking designs based on this. Yeah. The randomizer I'm using actually has a method of randomizing the whole world as well, but it said it got very bad as far as pixel gore goes, so I didn't use it yet. I do have a seed set for it, also it's getting stupid. Hell. This place. Wrong one. Yeah, when I'm done, I will show off that seed for the basically what they call the third castle, and show what I mean by that. It seemed like it'd be very interesting. I just wasn't committed to the idea at the time, because I don't know how bad it janks out. What it does in terms of its design is it reassembles things rather than actually making things. No, I didn't want holy water. No. You can't make me take that. Damn it, game. Fine, going over it, just so I don't get the holy water. I don't want it. That's exactly what I'm saying it does. It more or less disassembles the entire castle and reassembles it in a different alignment, so everything is connected differently. Or are you saying each time you touch a doorway, it randomizes like an entrance randomizer from one of the other setups? An entrance randomizer for this would be interesting, but I feel like it would kind of be a little too limited, because there's only so many actual connecting doors in this. I do know there is an entrance randomizer, I think it was for... It was either Aria or Dawn of Sorrow. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was talking about with originally. Is the entire castle is shuffled. As in the actual structure itself. So I believe it takes the inverted castle and the first castle and mashes the two together. I'm not saying it's physically a third castle, I'm saying that's what they call the setting, is third castle. What it is, in fact, is from the start of the game, you are in a completely new location. Okay. I'm just making sure that was understood because it was reading a little bit like that wasn't getting across. since what you're saying and what I was saying sounded similar enough that I wanted to make sure on that one. Because you know how easy it is to be misunderstood in this kind of situation. Not letting you spam ice everywhere again. Go away. Yeah, no. Got confused for a second, but I remember where that was. My wires crossed because the first half of this randomizer was done last week. So some of what I did last time kind of just disappears. Hey, big guy, how you doing? Remember how to... Oh, I just hit you in the shin. Okay. You do a lot of damage. That's a concern. Just gonna have to do damage faster than you do. Ow. You know what? This is fine. Being back here is... Uh-oh. No longer fine. No longer fine. Please hold. The thing is, I like the idea of that, but I feel like the way those look would almost be jarring enough that it would be weird. But if you're planning on changing the texturing a bit, then that might work. And since you're putting them all in a unified engine, I'm sure they'd look fine. I'm just picturing how they currently would look, and I'm like, they're just different enough that it'd be a little odd. Like going from how this looks with it being dark and everything to the brighter and kind of just ever so slightly washed out form of like Arya and such. But if you just take the original look of those rooms and retexture them, then yeah, that would work fine. Yeah. There is a ROM hack out that has improved textures to look closer to what this is, so you should be able to find those just easily enough. I considered doing it at one point because I love Arya Sorrow to death, but at the same time, it didn't really feel like it needed it. Yeah, Seven Sword. No, not strong enough. Yeah. Now, I was assuming you were intending all of them that you could fit in, pretty much. I assumed they did, because they all feel so incredibly similar in terms of how they move and play and everything, that it felt like it had to have been the same system, just improved on as they went. Especially when you consider the fact that they all have that little bit where if you attack as you're hitting the ground, you can attack again. Can't move. Can do about it. Do still have an elixir? Yes, I do. Stun locking remains still the most powerful weapon on both sides. This is probably a good thing to use right about now. Where did I put that sword? In here somewhere. There it is. Alright, let's try this again. But there's a lot of references just all over the place, and if you sat there and tried to figure out all of them, you'd be there for a long time. But I appreciate just the sheer volume of things they put in. You can tell that just anything they found interesting, they put in. And I respect it. That's more or less how I would have approached it too. Just, you know what, this is cool, let's put that in here in a way that just blends in naturally, somewhat. You're gonna run out of health eventually. Eventually your ankle is going to fall off with how I'm hitting it. I don't know how much health this thing has, but I can definitely say it's too much. Oh, my lightning resistance wore off. Man, could you just imagine this tiny man just sitting here stabbing you in the foot 1,000 times a second? That's gotta get really annoying. We might lose this, though, because I'm running out of nonsense to pull out of my back pocket here. The Holy Sword really didn't do that much more damage. That's not really an answer. He's probably weak to something, I just don't know what. You need to pop another Resist Thunder before he blasts me with lightning. The inspirations for things are usually fairly apparent. So it depends on how much they depart from their inspiration. Like, the inspiration from Aliens for Super Metroid, you can see. It wears it on its sleeve pretty well. I was aware of the Gradius reference and the Street Fighter reference. I wasn't 100% on the Dragon Ball. Of course, it makes sense for Gradius to be referenced in here. Just like it carries over into them referencing a lot of various things in the Yu-Gi-Oh cards that come down in the future. Down the line. I ate that cheese, and I don't think I got healed because I got struck by lightning while I was picking it up. Ah, okay. That makes sense. This fight is taking a while just because I'm sitting here staring at my menu, trying to pull more things out of my pockets. Using my defense wouldn't really help. I doubt he'd be actually damaged by dynamite. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting crossing in thoughts on a lot of these things. Where did I put my sword again? Oh, I lost my sword. Well, let's try the ice brand, since we got that recently. See if that works on it. That's doing 41, but it's so much slower by comparison. Nope. Better if I just go find the sword again. Here somewhere. The only thing I would say is I do wish I didn't have to throw my healing items on the ground to use them. That's always going to be my only real complaint with this game. It's like, games, even at the time, didn't need to do this, so I don't know why this happened. Like, I almost feel like they just did it because they thought it was funny. Because I could absolutely believe that being the answer. Oh yeah. Hell, I've done that. Not on stream because I learned how not to do that after the first time I played the game. But I've definitely done that before. And it is unfortunate. That's why you see me turning and throwing it at the wall over here. This way I know where it is. We are in trouble, though. I don't think we've moved his health enough that we're gonna be able to get through it before he can lightning me to death now. Especially since he immediately swapped to that. Yep, that's a problem. Okay, we just barely got him. That was an expensive fight, and makes me very worried about where this is going to be going. I thought we were doing pretty well on equipment, but boy, he took a beating and a half. Oh yeah. So it's funny, because of the way this seed was, I ended up having to fist fight the first boss, and it somehow worked out. Hey, we finally got Mist Form. Of course, they put it behind that monster. Well, at least we've got it now. We've been encountering so many walls because we didn't have Mist Form yet. Because he was buried all the way back here. At the pace I'm currently going, we might not actually have time for the backup game. Which will be mildly unfortunate, but I'll just show that off another day. I mean, if you want ideas for types of familiars to add, you could always try to implement the Innocent Devils from Curse of Darkness. This way you're staying within Castlevania. There's already pre-established things, and you can bring those over. Because they already have AI similar to the familiars to begin with. The only real complication would be implementing ground-based familiars in this game, since it doesn't currently have any. So you'd probably have to write up a new bit of pathing for them. Otherwise, we'll spend a lot of time very stuck. I don't think anybody's ever made sprites for them that would be the right kind of design for this. That might be another hurdle. Yeah. As if it was just another flying familiar, you could just literally just use the programming that exists for one of the existing familiars. We did pick up a thing, didn't we? Oh, right, it was the Axe Lord Shield, which not really that fussed about. It also rolled really kind of poorly from the look of the description. And the short sword is actually not bad, which is weird. Oh, it's using the whip sword, isn't it? Hang on, look at that. That is just a sword. I know that model's wrong, I just don't know why it's wrong. Yeah. I mean, I've made 2D walking animations myself already. Scratch. It can be fun, but it can also be a huge headache, depending on how you want it to look and how it works. Oh wait, hang on. I had it in the wrong hand. Yeah, there we go. Now it looks correct again. Good up there. I get so used to putting it in the square hand. Huh. I'm not sure I can picture exactly what you mean. Okay. Right, because Game Maker would have been the thing to use to a degree at that point. I don't think Unity would be that good for what you're trying to do, would it? And at that point, I don't think Unity was that big. There's a temptation to just punch Gaibon to death again. Considering this is how the run started, it only feels right to do it again. Okay. So you're saying you can make teleporters within rooms themselves, for like larger rooms, or... Like, I'm picturing the phrasing you're saying there as like a teleport trap or something. Or are you saying just your own way to make the teleporter? There's a lot of shortcuts that you only end up learning later in any kind of development. Oh, okay. You're saying the actual room transitions themselves. Okay. Some of the phrasing there caught me for a second. Okay. That makes sense. Doing enough damage now that we can clear those gates before they become a problem. I mean, I would certainly hope that a newer engine would have smarter designs in place for certain things. Well, not necessarily smarter designs, just more streamlined designs might be the better way of putting that. Actually, when did Unreal 5 come out? On that note. Aren't they up to Unreal Engine 6 at this point? Or am I losing my mind? Might be losing my mind. Oh, that's cool. That's the right way then. That works. But dogs can't open doors. You basically use that to stitch the two tile sets together so that they can move seamlessly, or at least relatively seamlessly between the two. There have been so many workflow optimizations I've managed to make in my time learning to do pixel art properly that I look at how I started doing it and I always end up feeling a little bit like an idiot. Just like, wow, yeah, why didn't I just do it this way in the first place? Oh right, I didn't know. Yeah, it's just one of those things you don't know until you learn. So you get the view without actually, like, getting pulled off of the edge by a transition or something. And like separating the camera from the actor, basically, is what you're getting at, I think. I thought I cleanly made that jump. Oh well. And the dodo over again. Actually, I wanted to go up there. No. Yeah. There are small adjustments they make with the camera now and then to fit things in properly. So everything looks correct. There's another really good example of that, and I just cannot remember the name of what I'm thinking of. Brain is failing, which is not particularly shocking. Neutron bomb that I may end up having to use if the rate things are going. Oh, there's actually a pillar. Oh, well, that's upsetting. Huh. I'm guessing they skip a step or so to somewhere, and that's what's making that confusing. And I know the duplication trick's been used a fair few ways in a few games. In order to transition properly. That might actually be how that's done. Damn it, my brain is failing me on what I'm trying to say. I never did dig that deep into how these things work. You can tell to a degree with how some of them move, that they use a different method. Depending on how close you're paying attention. Oh, I found this again. Yeah, that makes sense. As far as portals go. I would assume mechanically the restrictors would still work the same as they would before. You're just changing how it looks like they're moving. I assume they don't go through all the changes they're making. This might get a little annoying, just because of positioning. My fireball says a bat do no damage. I'm probably gonna have to sit here and jump and attack over and over again to get anything done. So my bat might be leveled enough to do some work here. There's too many bees. Flies, whatever the hell these are probably supposed to be flies, because Beelzebub is Lord of the Flies. Clear the flies for a moment. There we go. Ah. Okay, doing it this way. That worked. It might be one of those things that looks a lot more complicated than it actually is, but without knowing any of the answers, I can't really speak on that one. Yeah. I seem to recall that most Game Maker projects had issues in the netcode department. I would assume because of a limitation in Game Maker itself to a degree. And I assume now the issue is you're having to port all of that work over, and most of it's not porting well at all if you even still have the original files. Going over here is not actually that helpful. That just closed the loop. Got that. Went over there and got that. Got that. We did not get that. Or okay. We've got two more things to scoop up at least. Okay. So somewhere just out of map range enough that people don't end up running into it normally, but it's close enough that you don't have to spend extra memory retaining it. So I assume you could just dump it once the game actually started. In terms of memory. I don't know how well Game Maker actually would handle dumping that. Okay. The thing with that, the only thing with that what I would see is you have to at least put some stuff in there for people to mess with at least. Because people would get very easily bored sitting in a lobby that has not a lot going on in it. don't need a lot, just like a couple odds and ends. Yeah. Rid of all of that. Oh, of course. So if you were already like, well, I assume the multiplayer idea was separate from your plan to stitch together all the games. I'm not entirely sure how you'd make that aspect of it work in terms of balance. Would only be the remaining question there. Well. That's an interesting diversion. Give that a second to go through. Thank you for the raid, Violet. Hopefully you can hear me by now. Hey, Crimson. How is everything going for both of you? There you are. Hey, Becky. How was your stream, Violet? What were you up to? Face, there we go. Easily done. I feel that. Mine got off to a wacky start as well. But hopefully it worked out in the end. And we at least managed to have fun. Shout out done for you. At least you managed to work off some of the frustration from that. There we go. There's the thing. I still need to pick up Teardown because I know I'll enjoy it. I just have yet to do it. Because of money. Certainly sounds like a good day. Yeah, that would work. And I'd say the 2D versus 2.5D to 3D thing ends up being a stylistic situation where it'll work better for some people and other people won't be as interested. It becomes more a matter of what's physically in there after a point. Yeah, that's what I mean, is it has more of a connection for you, so that might be why it's more of a draw for you specifically. I agree with you on your logic, because I've had similar experience. Judging from the way you've been talking about certain games, I would say we've been through similar experiences as far as what games we enjoy. Alright, Violet. Do what you gotta do. I will say, experience does indicate to me, at least with a lot of the 2.5D games, a lot of the atmosphere kind of falls short because they're made in a certain way that doesn't quite work for me either. But I do acknowledge the fact that there is the potential that they can be just as good. It just takes certain designing to achieve the same results. No. See that blade going my way. Of course, that just loops me back to here, so I don't even know what the point of that was, aside from being a loop. Well, let's finish the password. Checklist? Now I got that. Right, I didn't go low enough. That's where I'm going wrong. Being here is all well and good, but we absolutely do not need to be in here at all. Many concussions were had this day. Yeah, if I keep going this way, I'll get around where I want to go. I will say, one of the biggest draws for me in Symphony of the Night in particular was the form switch. Well, part of the issue there is kind of on the larger community as a whole, because there are also a lot of vocal idiots saying the same thing. And these days, that's gotten a lot better. These people have actually started acknowledging the fact that it doesn't have to be, like, super realistic graphics or anything to be a good game. Because for a time there, everybody was all about the realistic graphics and everything. But that's not as big an issue anymore. Now, that said, I can kind of understand where they're coming from when they say pixel art can't look as good, because for a while there was a lot of junky pixel art getting shoveled out too. And there still is a bunch of games with kind of junky pixel art that gives the art form a kind of a bad name. But yeah, exactly what you're saying there. Oh god, I can't stand Mirror of Fate. Not that it's bad, it's just boring. I loved Bloodstained. I enjoyed Bloodstained, but I can't do it again. I loved Bloodstained initially. Got real into it for a while, and I think I burnt myself out on it. Because I just can't do it anymore. I learned that game backwards and forwards when it was new, and then I just can't do it anymore. But Mirror of Fate was just so boring. And I can't tell you why exactly. It just felt wrong. I don't think I played it long enough to get into the serious backtracking for Mirror of Fate, but I did hear that it got awful. Okay, so that's another check cleared up, which didn't give me anything interesting or useful. Now, something's not adding up here. I mean, 2.5D isn't for everybody. There is no single art medium that is for everybody. But it may also just be experience with things in that medium that's turning you away from it. It's hard to tell where the actual issue is necessarily. Because there are good 2.5D games. Are they what I would say my favorites or things I find as visually appealing? No. Are they still good? Sure. But I don't think it's the art style that was the issue. At least not in my case. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, is it may be more a matter of the way they were made by whatever team got pushed into making that instead of what they would have made, maybe the issue, rather than it being 2.5D. We can say they should or shouldn't have done things all we want, but in the end, it's kind of a crapshoot. Because the issue ends up being, yeah, nostalgia is a powerful thing. So if they then have nostalgia for that type of title, they're gonna lean towards that hard. And that's why I can't guarantee that we don't have our own bias in the other direction. Yeah. Because don't get me wrong, there is some of this that you can see, you look at it and you see that it looks dated. Is that a bad thing? Not inherently. But there are its jagged edges and it could be smoothed out. But you cannot deny that stylistically and artistically it's good. It just still is a PS1 game. You know, that you can't get it away from being a PS1 game. That's just kind of the nature of what it is. That's like the same argument plays out with the Legend of Zelda games, like how people can point at things like Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask and keep saying that those look fantastic and are the best things ever and all of that. It's like, sure, they look fine and they're alright, but it doesn't have the same thing. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to get at, Crimson. They're fine, but everyone's gonna look at them differently. And And that's why I'm not so sure that the whole thing about 2.5D being the issue for the new generation is necessarily true. Could it be a factor? Sure. Is it the whole problem? No. There's a bigger issue we really need to look at in game design these days is how companies are treating the developers that are working for them. Because if you're treating your developers like dirt, you're gonna get worse product. And companies pretty much universally are treating people worse and worse, so of course you're going to get worse and worse results. Like, that's gonna be a problem until companies get their head out of their ass, and since it's making them money, they're not gonna get their head out of their ass. That's just not how that works. Yeah, and to be fair, we also don't entirely know if he wanted to say that or if he was encouraged to say that because of business politics. So I won't put personal blame on him with that statement necessarily. But at the same time, the way I look at it is it might just be an excuse for the choice rather than it being the reason for the choice, if that makes sense. The thing is, there's ways to make any art style work the way we want it to work. The way they made it doesn't necessarily work for us. Artistically, I didn't have any issues with Bloodstained. I think I was just reaching a point where I was tired of the game itself because I just played way too much of it. Yeah, there's a debate going on about the whole thing between two-dimensional games and games that ride between 2 and 3 dimensions. Like the 2.5D games that like have 3D character models on two-dimensional backgrounds kind of deal. Which is kind of pivoting into a rant about modern gaming a little bit, but not as much. That's what I'm saying, is it can be done well. My stance is more, I think, things got shoveled out as they do in a lot of cases. And that's what makes a lot of it look bad. I don't think the same level of care was put into some things, and that's where things go awry. Would Hollow Knight actually be considered 2.5D, or would that be 2D, though? I'm not actually sure where Hollow Knight lies on that. But yes, Hollow Knight is a very good artistic game. Even if the game itself doesn't, like, super grab me gameplay-wise, it is one of the better-looking games out there. Oh yeah, no, I remember, because I was a part of the Bloodstained Kickstarter as well, and I remember things changing hands and getting a little weird. Because that's the thing, Iga wanted to keep making the games he was making, but not have to deal with Konami anymore, is basically where Bloodstained came from. But the thing you've got to consider is once you start working with a team, other people's ideas are all going to start melding into that idea. Unless you are a solo developer, your ideas are going to have to share space with other people's ideas. And I think that's something people forget as well. They look at the big name on the team and they point everything at them, and that's not how that works. So I thought 505 was only publishing. They weren't actually doing development house work for it. And let's be real, changing hands mid-development is very rarely healthy for a game's process. Because you now have a whole new slew of ideas getting tossed into that same pot that all the ideas were already going in. And it just gets muddier and muddier from there. I'm not saying that that there aren't situations where a developer doesn't have a choice. Okay, so they did actually slam that together. Okay. I didn't remember that well enough because I really wasn't paying that close attention. That is also true. In the end, it's their design, and if they wanted that design, that's what it is. It is fair to say it is not applicable or palatable to us, but that's not necessarily a wrong decision, because also from a practical standpoint, look at how well Bloodstained sold. I don't think he made a bad choice in terms of the business side of things. Like, I have to grant that. Yeah, things like that you can say are a wrong decision. Rushing something, you can say is a wrong decision. Yeah, it's a chain of pressure, which is how the business side of game development tends to work, is person at the top with the money leans on the people leading the development team, who then lean on the development team, who then lean on anybody under them, and it towers down. Part of the thing is, once you're used to working with a management team for so long, you think everything works the way those managers had things working. That could be an issue as well, because think about how long Iga was with Konami. He was with them for a very long time. Like, you might think that personal history doesn't have an effect on what you make, but no. Your personal history has a huge factor on the whole thing. I didn't mean to fall down here. Do I want to just do this and get it over with? Maybe. I can't go in there. Yeah. The thing is, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't 505 have a history of this behavior? Maybe I'm remembering wrong, but I feel like that is something they've been known to do. Anything they have their hands on has some problems. Usually it's because of the leadership of 505 that it has these problems. Switched having the sword familiar active for a bit. Yeah, we were only missing like 3 things. One of the missed upgrades and 2 pieces of lad. So we know where 2 checks are over there. Oh yeah, it's right there. Right. Am I? Going down this doesn't actually really matter right now, but we may as well do it for application's sake. Land of Bowser chickens. Lemon plate might be good. I may or may not have gotten my wires crossed about where this tube went. I was thinking about the other direction. And the kind of backstabbery that's mentioned in there is also just the nature of businesses in a lot of cases. Yeah, that's what led a lot of people to like Ego, is the fact that he is at his bottom line, at the very least, the face he shows, whether that's actually really how he is or not, can be debated. But he's very familiar to a lot of people, for lack of a better way of putting it. Like, you can relate to him. Yeah. Of course. I am getting way off base of where I'm trying to get. Where I'm trying to get to is also confusing me slightly. Wait. I might be chasing after something I already have. I know I've been there. I have been there. I'm losing my mind. Okay. All those are... Okay, we're done here. In terms of item checks. That I wouldn't know offhand. I mean, you gotta make money. He easily could have been doing work for other companies and other people. Considering there was a fairly significant gap in what Ego was doing for a time. At least to what I'm aware of. The bane of my existence is these spikes. All things considered, Capcom's made a lot of its own interesting decisions as a company. Really shouldn't come as a shock to anybody that somebody would want to work for somebody other than Capcom. Oh yeah. That's the thing. Uh, there can be very, very good games, and then when you look at what's going on behind the scenes behind those very good games, you may find some things you don't want to know. And more often than not, I don't seek this information. But it's kind of unavoidable in some cases when you're doing other research. Yeah, I respect that angle as well, of, like, hey, if I ever fuck this up, that's a whole other thing. Yeah. And that's kind of where it all leads back to. It's business, in the end. And business is going to have people have issues and hurt feelings, and the nature of things. I mean, the language translator's gonna see a lot of how the game is, because he's gonna see the entire script, for example, because they're having to translate it. So if you're writing this shoddy trash script, you are going to get ripped a new one for it. If your language translator gives a damn. If they're just there for the dollars, like a lot of people are, then it doesn't matter. They'll just be like, yep, you're saying a bunch of dumb shit here, and I'm just gonna write it right over. There you go. Here it is in another language, where you sound just as dumb. Trying now. I'm actually gonna go back to the regular castle for a moment, because we're gonna go through those two missed spots that I couldn't ordinarily go into because I didn't have mist form. Then we'll go finish the game, because that's probably where the last two relics are, if I had to hazard a guess, is in those two spots. Where did my library card go? There it is. Yeah. That's the thing. And saying it just in passing is one thing. Like as a joke or something, sure. A lot of people, especially now, are getting way too serious about chasing after some developers about how things went. Like, without even saying what game in particular a lot of that dialogue's been about, I think we all know the elephant in the room on that. But that's also connecting back to the whole crunch thing and the fact that the people above the developers are the ones causing a lot of the problems. Let me double check to make sure that the librarian doesn't have anything new at this point. I don't think his inventory changes anymore, but it might, since we're here.
What can I do for you?
I'm interested in this.
I never really reached out in the Kickstarter chat, so I didn't have this experience you're talking about. But I believe it would be true. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stuck for a second there as I hit the button too many times. That's a two-handed sword. That. Actually, no, it might just be showing both hands because it could go to either of them. I didn't end up paying for the physical version. I only paid enough to get the digital, because I knew better than to worry about that, because I knew I was going to be moving around that time. That's a whole other kind of stupid situation, is the constant pissing back and forth between people on PC and on console. It does not matter. If you're playing a damn game, play the game. Just enjoy yourself. Everybody's here to do the same damn thing. Doesn't matter what goddamn systems you're playing them on. from a business side, I understand the whole reason behind the console wars
I'm
and such.
interested in
were
this.
primarily just businesses trying to push each other out.
Thank you.
But the way a lot of groups and people started to internalize that is where it got kind of stupid.
I'm interested in this.
To be fair, there's also many an example of a completely broken
Thank you.
in product
Thank
from the
you.
word go
Farewell for now.
back in those days too. Oh yeah, let me show you what you can do with that. You can't hurt him in any way because of that. And I'm not entirely sure why they put it there, but I'll show you exactly what happens with it. I just need to do a little bit of walking. Yeah. It's again the same thing I was talking about before. It's the little touches. And just the little things that you can tell the developers had fun making. That's a big part of what makes a game enjoyable. On the deeper sense. On top of the engaging gameplay loop and things like that. It's the little nods, the little jokes. Little things like this. Where you can knock his chair nearly to the ceiling. Why? Because you can. That's all it is. At least that's all I know of with that. You just send his chair to space and make him freak out. Yeah. I mean, sometimes luck is just that, luck, too. That's just how it goes. You could have 1,000 people roll the same 20-sided die, and you're gonna have... Well, you're gonna have a limited amount of results, but... the variance between it could be anything. Well, you've also got to consider the fact that the strategy guides weren't always accurate. Depending on the company and the oversight on the strategy guide being made, not all strategy guides were actually correct. There were some things that were actually printed wrong in strategy guides. Oh yeah. I'm just pointing that out as a point of fact, that is actually a thing that has happened. I got nothing for you on that one. Oh yeah. To be fair, even then there were a couple boards. Just only two anybody would ever really talk about. That's also a question. It could be something done in one of the more modern ports, because some minor thing changes somewhere in the system, and it's not even intended to change, it just is an after effect of something they did. Now that I checked that, I should actually go up to the port point and go back that way to be quicker. Well, let's be real. These days, patience isn't really a thing that's taught. Taught as much. But I will say, it's fine for side things like that to be any number of hits. Because, you know, in the end, it's extra. I did not need to transform there, because I'm just going to get kicked back out of it anyway. And this is a lot of in-the-air stuff anyway. Alright. There's a lot of things involved with a game being made, and we only ever end up seeing the end results. And that's something people need to separate from a bit. It's just the fact that you're seeing the end result, but you don't know how it got there. I will say, on the other side of the coin, there's still a mentality in a lot of people's minds where some developers can do no wrong, and that's another thing that needs to stop. Huh. Not really sure how to handle this situation here. 'Cause I can't interact with that door. So I need the spike breaker armor to get in there. Because the second I change into a form where I can actually interact with that door, I'm going to start getting destroyed by spikes. So we need to find the spike breaker armor to do that. So I guess we're not doing that. Because I have no idea where the spike breaker armor would have gotten dumped. Yes, that's clearly where I wanted to change form game. Yes, clearly. So, fun fact, I pressed the change back button on the left side of that gate without passing through it. It passed me through the gate as I changed back. And I, of course, had no chance to fix that. There was no stick input from me to make that happen. And I don't remember where we last saved. Yeah, no, people are very spoiled at this point in some cases. That's not... how to phrase this. That there's a level of entitlement that is okay, Not because it's entitlement, but because you have an expectation for things to be a certain way, is there's a standard. But people are taking that and going way too far to where it becomes entitled. In a bad way. It's both sides of the you get what you pay for situation. Like, there are people out there that'll complain that a $5 game doesn't have enough content or is not as good as insert $60 project here or something. It's like, well, that's not a fair comparison. But people will do that anyway. Or hell, you want to see some wild nonsense. Look at what happens to anything that gets put out for free. My god. God forbid you put out a game for free and it doesn't look as good as insert AAA project here. Ooh boy. Like, it's just insanity. Yeah. Or the amount of people that ride on an early access game complaining about bugs and such, when it's like put on early access for like $10 so people can help them test it. It's like, but what part of you're here to test this did you miss? Like, people just drive me crazy. Don't get me wrong, I'll complain out loud about something a few times. But here's the kicker with that. Yeah, it's usually right in your face, hey, this is an incomplete game. Hey, do note, there is going to be problems. But here's the problem with that idea is, you know, you're expecting people to read. And we all know people don't read. Which is a whole other problem. We've both been guilty of that before too, to be fair, but not as much. Because in our case, it's usually a mistake, whereas some people make it their life to never read a damn thing in their life. Their entire personality is built around the fact that they know nothing. And will never learn anything. Yeah, knowing what we know now about those other checks, I don't know where those relics would be. There's probably one behind the librarian, because I forgot about the vent over there. But other than that, there's really nothing left. I don't know where those other pieces would be, and I'm honestly no longer that fussed about it. As I said before, this was never intended to be going for 100%, so we're just gonna go finish up. Or at least try to. Because while this is serving as a good backdrop for this conversation, I don't want to be on this game for the rest of time. Getting where I'm trying to go, though, is proving to be a whole other animal. get in there from a different section. I know that. These save points are right across from me. Yes, you know. I feel that. That is a problem. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and use the library card like I did before, though. And we're at least going to go check that missed spot that's behind the librarian. Because, honestly, I think it'll be easier for me to get where I want to go from where we enter the inverted castle anyway. And I think there was a thing or two I did buy from him that I do want back. Specifically those potions.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm interested in this.
Oh, it's been a while since we've had one of those bots. Let's just destroy that, shall we? It's been a few months since I've seen one of those, I think. I've been very lucky. It's probably a matter of things are actually in a spot where they're keeping control of them better again, and then they put out a whole new set of bots, pretty much, and then it gets out of hand again, and then the cycle continues. Do I want to grab one of these two? Let's see. This one raises my defense. This one take the one that.
Thank you.
See
Farewell
if that
for
is a recommended
now.
weapon or not. No, it is a one-handed weapon. Very good. We have one really high-power weapon and a fast weapon on hand. Yeah, if you're smart about how you ban words, you can definitely cut down on bots hard. And if they kept being out of hand like they were for a while there, I probably would have bothered to sit there and go through it and do that. But I never really was having that much of an issue with it. Probably in part because my existence on the search engines is not very high. So I wouldn't be getting targeted. Oh yeah, I meant to check if the diamond plate was any good. I would also like to point out that we just randomly got another diamond plate. Nope. No good. Well, it's a matter of the ones making the bots probably aren't really worried about getting the majority of people. They're casting a very wide net that once they code the bot, it is now zero effort for them to send the bot out to cause issues. So if they happen to catch people, it's just a profit for them at that point, basically. So if 1,000 streamers ignore it, but 10 bite, that's a win for them. You know, it's one of those, it's unfortunate, but that's probably the logic there. Okay, there's there's the Ring of Vlad, so that's one of the things we were missing. We are missing one piece. And it could... well, no, because there's no actual check behind that path over there, at least according to the tracker. Yet again, who knows if the tracker is correct. So where would the other check be for where this is? I swear I've done all. There must be something like tucked in a corner or something that I just overlooked. And that's why I'm not gonna stress over it, because otherwise I'll literally have to comb over the entire map again. And it just isn't worth it. I don't want to do it, and you guys probably don't want to see it. We've certainly done enough laps around these maps. And mind you, I can't guarantee what I'm saying about the mindset of the people who make the bots and such is accurate. That's just the first logic that makes sense that comes to mind for it. You're saying that to make trouble. We both know this. And to contradict what I just said. You'll have to be a lot sneakier than that to get by me on that one, you know? Either that or you're on that I want to see Drac do an 8-hour stream thing again. And I know you're just poking, that's why I'm poking back. I mean, I don't know if you'd miss a lot of hours of it, since we're more than halfway there already. But yes, you would end up missing a few hours, because I'm sure you're going to bed in the next, like, hour, probably, right? Back up to where Richter fight was, so we can go back to the Upside Down Castle, so we can go do the... And you know, I already forgot what Dracula's ring did for us. Right, that's the one that makes me slightly smarter. I wish that actually worked on my actual brain right about now. Man, my brain kinda dying. Which is what's gonna make the follow-up all the more complicated. Yes, actually. There was a place built upside down in Florida that my family went to at one point. It's a weird experience. I don't know if it still exists. This was, like, greater than 10 years ago? It wasn't just Upside Down. I think Upside Down was just one of the rooms, and there was, like, a bunch of other weird shit in there. I forget what it's called. It was just completely full of wacky stuff, and it was kind of great. But I remember it being way overpriced. I mean, most anything like that would end up being overpriced, certainly. Dang it. There we go, that'll sort that out. I'm not sure they'd go for that, but worth a shot. Okay. Yeah, a nice side area attached to that would be good. 'Cause all things considered, you kind of jump into the actual Dracula fights and such in this area a little bit. But I guess that they are designed for that purpose. Which would be the final run-up to Dracula. Now, the only thing is, do I need something else to open the center of the inverted castle? I do not remember. It might be that I do actually need all the relics, which would be a problem. The town from Ecclesia would be a good stage design. For something like that. Since it's already a pretty good design in and of itself. Let me just double check my logic. It would help if I could spell. There we go. Yep, I do need all the pieces to get in. That's what I was afraid of. Biggest problem is, where the hell is that last piece? I mean, I could just give myself the last relic for sanity's sake. I don't like that idea, but in the interest of this not taking another 5 hours for me to find one relic, since as far as I can tell, I've gone to every item location. Because when we died, we had ended up checking the remaining mist locations. Here, I'll put it to you guys. What do you all think? Do you want me to just finish the game now? Or do you want me to go on this whole long, drawn-out journey over the entire maps again? to try to find one relic in order to open the end of the game. Yes, I have beaten this twice before. Once non-randomized and one other randomized seed previously. That's why it doesn't matter to me. It's more a matter of what would you guys rather see. Because I was, as I said before, under the assumption that you guys were tired of seeing this map by now. Well, you'll see that once this is done, so I'm gonna take that as a vote to end this faster so you can see that sooner. So that's sounding like two people that are fine with this just ending now. I'll give whoever else wants to chime in a moment to put their thoughts out. Is the only reason I don't like this is just the simple fact of this is taking the easy way out in a way. But again, sometimes taking the easy way out is better than spending half your day beating your head against a wall. Well, that's why I'm waiting to see if people are intending one or the other, but since I'm not hearing any other answers, and my own feeling is toward finishing this, that's why this is pivoting the way it is. I'm just verifying which one I actually need before I push buttons. I need rib. Okay. Oop. Oop. That should work. Yep, there it is. We have the Rib of Lead, which is 10 more Constitution, which is, of course, the one I wanted the most out of all of the relics, because that's honestly the one that'll help us the most at the rate things were going. So now we're ready to go do the final battle. Well, relatively ready. Yeah, my most convenient teleport's probably to go up to the top, so we'll go from there down. Yeah, more or less how this is going to play out is I'm going to show off a bit of the third castle, and if I'm not too tired by the time we're done with the final fight here and showing off the third castle for a while, I'll jump over to another crowd control game I have loaded up. Well, yeah, it's not explicitly stated that those are loading rooms. So that's basically what they are. Is they're there to buy time for the game to load. That's why areas transitions don't actually take as long as you would think they should necessarily. It's basically a replacement for a load screen. Which I'll admit, when I was younger, I had no idea what that meant. I learned that later on by virtue of learning how such things actually work. You get a hint as to that kind of idea by virtue of the fact that there's very few load screens for a game of its time. Well, yeah. And the thing is, it's not even so much that they don't use a disc anymore, it's just the fact that things process and read so much quicker that even if they used a disc, it wouldn't matter. It would load quick enough that a room like that would have no meaning. Amber. There's been a really long discussion happening about game design and such, so don't be surprised if you see some wild things getting thrown around. You're gonna have some very varied reactions to that kind of thing for sure. Some, I'm sure, still embrace it even in the new generation, but nowhere near as many as are like, wow, this looks terrible, or this plays terrible. And the thing is, there are cases where, by comparison, they're not entirely wrong. Because there are definitely some games from those days that were pretty rough and could be done much better and have since been done better. Okay, see, the not figuring out the power button, I feel, might just be an issue in general on that one, because I seem to recall it's labeled. But not understanding why it's not working, I can kind of understand that. Because let's be real, even we didn't know why our NES games weren't working. We just made shit up to make them work. Like, some people would put a playing card in there to move the pins a bit, some people would smack the cartridge around or blow in it. You had thousands of options for how people decided to fix their console. And even in the disc era, you have people trying wacky things to try to fix their discs, too. Like the whole thing where people would rub toothpaste on discs to try to resurface them and all kinds of nonsense like that. But really, the spirit of that kind of thing is still there, it's just not as viable or as necessary anymore, because there's less you can do to fix it. I suppose is the best way to put that. Shaft.
You have done well in making it this far. I would expect no less from the son of our master.
So you are the one who was controlling Belmont?
Yes. I am the dark priest called Shaft. This world must be cleansed in the forge of chaos.
Why did you make Belmont lord of this castle?
For centuries, vampire hunters have defeated evil with holy power. But if two vampire hunters were to fight each other...
But Belmont's power is supreme among vampire hunters. None other could defeat him.
Exactly. That's why I removed him as a threat, by making him into lord of this castle.
But your plan has failed.
Has it indeed? We'll see what happens after I destroy your weak human side.
This fight's gonna be a little bit annoying, but as you can see, Shaft can't really hurt me that much. spending a lot of time getting knocked around is gonna be what makes this take a bit of time. Because at this point, I'm too strong for Shaft to really do anything.
No!
You claim to love the darkness. Go then and dwell there for all eternity.
But my goal is achieved. Count Dracula has come to purify this corrupt world with the searing flames of chaos.
Yep. Good old damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, since Dracula just needed a sacrifice. And we handed him one on a silver platter.
Father.
Well met, my son. It's been a long time.
I was hoping we would not see each other again. I can't allow you to leave here, Father.
You have ever been the ally of humans. Have you forgotten what they did to your mother?
Think you I would forget such a thing? No, but neither do I seek revenge against them.
Still uttering the same nonsense. No matter. Now is the time to put aside your weak human side and join me in remaking this world!
Dracula, in the name of my mother, I will defeat you again!
Behold my true form and despair!
Notice how Dracula himself can't even hurt pretty much. Well, you see, you just start by modeling this over here, and you can put this over there, and you can just make all kinds of stuff. I'm gonna sit here. I can hit him from here anyway. Oh, those actually hurt. Those actually hurt a bit.
Go back whence you came. Trouble the soul of my mother no more.
How? How is it that I've been so defeated?
Well, there was
You
a
have
thousand
been
stabs.
doomed ever since you lost the ability to love.
That too.
Sarcasm. For what profit is it to a man if he gains the world and loses his own soul? Matthew 16:26, I believe. Tell me, what were Lisa's last words?
She said, do not hate humans. If you cannot live with them, then at least do them no harm. For theirs is already a hard lot. She also said to tell you that she would love you for all of eternity.
Lisa, forgive me!
This is a conversation they could have had a
Farewell,
long
my
time
son!
ago, instead of this. But you know, no, Dracula's gotta be Dracula. It's an entire family of theater kids, I swear. Melodramatic about everything. Now we've seen this exact scene before of the castle. And of course, the way that fight went was exactly why I'm like, I don't think it's worth it for me to walk all around the map just to find one more relic, because I knew this fight was going to be underwhelming at the point we had reached. So adding even more build-up before it just wasn't really going to do anything for anybody. But now everybody
So
comes
you
out
made
alive.
it.
Alucard, I'm glad you're all right.
I'm sorry. 'Tis my fault you had to fight your own father.
Fear not. I had my own reasons for destroying him.
It must have been painful for you.
Indeed. But you must always remember that the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing.
I understand.
Alucard, what will you do now?
The blood that flows in my veins is cursed. 'Twould be best for this world if I were to disappear forever.
I see.
Farewell, then. We'll not meet again.
Alucard,
Don't you want to go after him, Maria?
no, it's best this way. I can't ease his torment. Someday, perhaps, we will meet again. And on that day, maybe.
I see.
Let's go. Everyone's waiting for us.
Nah, because I didn't get enough
Yes.
map completion.
Let's get
to
out
make
of
that
here.
Short. So, in the end, the only difference is Maria ends up going with Alucard instead of not. Let me mute this because I don't know if it's going to get the VOD destroyed, and I kind of want to keep that VOD. Gonna make that sound go away. And we also have seen the credits when I ended up killing off Richter earlier. Let me... Yeah, that's the thing. Over the series, you get little bits and pieces towards Alucard a bit. But yeah, the Netflix series, from what I'm aware of, did a much better thing. I mean, it's set to map completion in general, so really, it's just a simple matter of they assume by the time you get that much map completion, you would have had everything already anyway. And if you didn't, then there's nothing really left to explore. No, my mic's fine. I see it. I see it moving still. I think I could hear myself fine. I'm just gonna check right quick. Yeah, that's what I figured. Sometimes Twitch just does dumb things, so it was safe to assume that Twitch broke everything. Yeah. The game I muted because I didn't want to end up getting hit with a copyright. If nobody could hear me, I'd be like, yeah, something's broke on my side, which would be believable, but I know for a fact other people can hear me. I'm gonna go ahead and end the crowd control session. We'll also close the game, that's fine. I'm gonna now reopen the game, but I'm not gonna bother opening crowd control for that because we're not gonna be on that long. Yeah, it might just be that Twitch did something weird. It would not be the first time, and it won't be the last time. Give me one moment to get the other seed opened up, and we will take a look at that third castle. I've noticed that Twitch just sometimes does that. Like, that may sound like a cop-out answer, but literally, I have seen a stream get muted for me while I'm looking at it without my hands touching anything. was the third seed I made. That was the third castle seed. The problem is we are gonna have to go through the... Oh, hang on. I gotta adjust that. Need to make a quick fix here. Hang on. Yeah, they really did a job designing this site. But again, it's similar to the game designer argument. Twitch development is also a whole other thing. And there's a lot of hands in that pie. There we go. It should work now. The only thing is, I forgot to go ahead and do the prologue fight on this seed, so we're gonna have to go through that before it'll show the third castle, I think. I don't think that this randomization removes the prologue. We'll have to see. Because I've not actually used the third castle seed. I was saving that as a surprise for on stream. Since I figured it would be interesting. To get you guys up now that it's along. Back. Go. And my controller is... No, it's not my controller, to the best of my knowledge. Something with BizHawk just keeps being very disagreeable. So it did reset... Why did it reset that? Oh, no, I know what happened. It's BizHawk being BizHawk again. There we go. Yep, we're gonna have to sit through this and everything as well. Which, I like this intro, but it... Oh no, they do skip that, okay. Maybe we'll skip the prologue. Nope, we are still here. Okay, that's fine. This has very good music, so I'm fine with this. Fair. See what we would have gotten in here, just for shits and giggles. Morningstar, the Cram, Stone Mask. You'll take it. Fair.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world.
And of course, it can't be a Symphony of the Night stream
By my
without
hand
this.
that I'm once again given flesh. I was called here by humans who wish to pay me tribute.
Tribute? You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Perhaps the same could be said of all religions.
Your words are as empty as your soul. Mankind ill needs a savior such as you.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. How about you?
I wouldn't have it any other way. Now, let's see if I can do this cleanly. I can usually do the Dracula fight without getting hit. It's the second form that I usually get hit on. Because he just starts throwing too much shit around. Dude. It took me so long to realize I could just duck the orbs. And then just jump over the second one. Short. This prologue section was, all in all, a really nice touch. Because they even have the spinning whip and everything. Like, it is basically the original fight that would have happened at this point in time. Yeah. I'll be honest, I've forgotten how to do the correct input for the backflip, is why I don't backflip. I think it is literally just reverse and then actually do the directional input as if you were backflipping. That's what I thought, but I do just fine without it, so I'm not gonna muck about with it. Ah, there it is. Okay. It is essentially a double jump. Yeah, I was literally just mashed the jump button and it works. I overcomplicated when I was testing it before. Oh, I fucked it up. I was trying to be fancy and try to backflip over the fireball. Since you absolutely couldn't do it. But I'm fucking it up now, so I really just gotta stop messing with that. I knew that was gonna happen if I tried to mess with it, but once I realized how to do it, you know the temptation was too strong. After all, I'm here to entertain anyway, so if I make mistakes, that's the fun part. Yes, you know. That is understandable. Do I not have enough to... Oh no, I hit the wrong button. There we go. That's fine, just go ahead and hit me. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of variation with that. And that right there is the Maria you see later, but much younger, because this is what happened to lead to what we end up dealing with, for those who hadn't seen. This, too, I believe, actually gets copyright strikes on it, so I'm going to go ahead and mute this, too, even though this is a good track as well. Good night, Zeno. I was gonna comment on it, but I was gonna leave it alone. No, I did not. The only version of Dracula X I had ended up playing back in the day was the actual SNES Dracula X, which is not the same thing at all. Particularly, I'm assuming you're referring to Rondo of Blood. Yeah. I just never got around to actually playing Rondo of Blood. There's a lot of potential reasons for that. And of course, you just had to get your sass in, I know. There's a lot of things with Rondo of Blood that could easily have gotten into localization trouble in that time frame. And it may also just be that they didn't do it. Like that, there's plenty of times where a company just doesn't localize something because they don't think anybody will buy it. Or they just don't bother to localize it because they didn't bother to localize it. back on now that the VOD muting track is gone. Oh yeah, they weren't kidding when they said this ends up with some pixel gore. Oh boy, this is gonna be a thing. I get the feeling this is not working as intended. I think something went wrong. I'm not sure what I think went wrong, but I think something went wrong. This isn't what it's supposed to have done. This is not what it's supposed to have done at all. Well, it's not necessarily a mod. What the site does is I give it the file, it modifies it, and it gives it back. I don't know if something went wrong because it does not give me the feedback to know the answer on that. I also don't know if this is, you know, I don't know anything about how this works aside from what I told you. So I get the feeling something's gone horribly wrong, but I don't know that. Aside from it's not doing what I expected it to do. This is already worth it because it's really funny to me to just look at this disaster. This would be a true test to somebody who knows Symphony of the Night because you can't see the ground. You don't know where you are. Oh yeah. I've had many a game do this kind of disaster vision. The thing is, usually it's actually a glitch, not intended to have done this. Yeah, this is supposed to have shuffled the castle, and instead all it did was shuffle the graphics, and it is having a time. And you can tell that it only messed with the tile set files, because Alucard, the monsters, everything with an actual model in the map is fine. The map itself is what's ruined. There's many answers to that one. It's kind of my fault for attempting to make that work. It's also on the developer of the randomizer for enabling this feature. But you'll notice this whole thing happens just fine as normal.
To put an end to this.
Plus or minus everything wrong on screen.
I'll not ask you to return to our side, but I demand you cease your attack.
I will not.
Oh yeah, the Game Genie codes and a lot of things like that absolutely could do incredible things with a game. Oh hey, look! At me, up there, and over there, and over here, and over there. They've even got some of the... Oh, I don't know what this is. Oh, we've gone places now. Help. Yeah, I think you're right. Now, see, normally you start running into trouble when a game does this, because it starts to move everything else around in the data. I don't think we're actually going to run into that problem with this, because of the way this was done. is in some games, because of the way the data moves and something corrupts like this, you'd end up actually having, like, the floor stop existing and things like that. I found a sword. The funny thing is, I found a sword sooner in this pixel garbage mess than I did in the normal randomizer file I had. Like, you can kind of tell where some stuff is once you start translating what the world means. Because you can actually figure out what things are. Because they stay relatively consistent as long as you don't move. Like, all these dark spots, that's where ground is. Where the hitbox things are here, that's where some of the wall's supposed to be. You can basically kind of cipher it out to figure out what matches to what. So you can kind of learn your way around. But man, I would not do this under most circumstances. Oh boy. This is how you really defeat somebody. You make them deal with this. Well, this room's kind of normal. This looks reasonably sane. Because I can tell where the ground is. Let me check the wording on Third Castle again. I might have just misunderstood, and this is what it was meant to do to begin with, and it's just a troll. Okay, yeah, never mind. I misunderstood what that was intended to do. That is 100% on me misunderstanding what they were saying. Is what it actually says is it randomizes the tile set data. What I interpreted that to mean, which was incorrect, was randomizing the actual tiles themselves. All it did was randomize the tile set data. I'm kind of disappointed this screen wasn't fucked up too. I was kind of hoping this was fucked up. And no, I wasn't intending on keeping this going past this point. Now that I realized it hasn't actually changed the map, I'm not continuing that. Because that's gonna start to get really hard to look at. Well, yeah, because to him it won't be any different. It'll be the same thing for him. I might have found my April Fool's bit, though. I might have found my April Fool's thing. Because if I learned this game enough to do this for like a couple hours looking like that, just pretend like nothing's wrong, it might be great. Just like commit the opening sections of this game to memory so you don't have to know where the ground is. Now, I need to make a decision at this point. I've already been making decisions. Just his face is layered all throughout the background, just staring judgmentally at you for dealing with this. Good raid options. Do I do the other game now and only go for like 2 hours doing it? Or do I save it for the... Yeah, I think I will wrap at this point. Because my brain was getting kind of done toward the end there. I don't want to push my luck. especially since the follow-up game was going to be a randomized seed for Super Metroid. Which, knowing my luck with those randomized seeds, I was going to have to figure out how to wall jump my way out of a real weird place in order to even get anywhere. And my brain's not up for that right now. We will go ahead and send it, and I've got 2 choices in mind for that, so I'm just going to flip a coin. And we'll see who we end up with. Either be Okami or Pokemon. I have done a Fusion Randomizer seed on stream before. I could not complete it because it had an issue somewhere along the line, and I ended up soft locking myself into a weird spot. Zero Mission I'm not as fond of, but I could do it, and I might do it. I also have done a Prime Randomizer as well, but that got into a weird place. And that was before I had refreshed my memory on how the game went, so I kind of got myself in a real bad spot. Sort of, except Zero Mission added stuff on as well. It's not so much a remake as I want to say a retelling. Actually, no. Zero Mission is a prequel game. Correct that. Zero Mission's a prequel game coming in the timeline before the original Metroid, I believe. Yeah. It's literally meant to be Samus's first mission. That's why so many of the items and such are unidentified, because Samus has no idea what the hell those are. We as players know what a lot of them are because of the fact that we had played the previous games. But as a character, Samus doesn't know what any of that stuff is. And Samus Returns ends up being a remake of 2 again, which is why Nintendo ended up coming down so hard on AM2R. Or at least that was part of it, aside from Nintendo just being Nintendo. At least that's how that all played out to the best of my knowledge. Which, I never finished Samus Returns because I wasn't that big on it, so I cannot guarantee that information, that's just what I was told. Yeah. That's the one I'm talking about. Samus Returns was the one that was on the 3DS. The 2.5D I didn't mind. I just kind of hated the parrying mechanic that they added to it. It felt weird to me. I got over it playing Dread because it feels better in Dread, but I just didn't care for it in Samus Returns. But, like I said, coin flip. Let's see where we go. Okay. I don't even know if Konami's going to return to making games. If I'm going to be blunt. At most, they'll put out collections of games, I feel. Well, at this point. And even then, I'm pretty sure they're outsourcing the making of those collections. Yeah, it's gonna take a change in leadership for Konami, I think, for that to happen. So it is kind of funny how the coin toss worked out, because Kimmy Lean's the one I rated the last time I did this. So it's gonna be coming full circle that I'll be raiding back into her channel after finishing this. Yeah. The other thing ends up being, we don't know if them going back into games would actually lead to good games, because I don't know how many of the same people are even still working for them. That ends up being the whole thing, because it's been a fair bit now, hasn't it? They've been out of the actual game development game for how long? Like at least 5 years, if not longer. I forget when they hard pivoted into slot machines and such as much as they did. I remember it happening. I just don't remember exactly when that happened. No, and now my stomach's reminding me, hey, you've been streaming a long time. Go make food. Eh, the, the problem you run into with the idea of keeping something the same is it works for us who enjoyed how things were, but it does not guarantee them a new audience. That's not saying that changing things guarantees them a new audience either. There's always that pressure upon development studios and such to keep changing things up and keep things moving because there will always be people complaining that they're doing the same thing again. Because you also have to consider if they kept it the same, what makes it any better than in terms of that logic at the very least? What makes that logic different from how there are sports games churned out every year? There are Call of Duty games churned out every year or two. You know, it just turns into a whole stupid argument at that point. I don't mind developers trying new things. What they need to do, though, is be willing to go back if it doesn't work. And a lot of developers are having a problem going back to what worked after they make a mistake. Which in some cases is a matter of they go bankrupt because they made a mistake. But enough about all of that. I'm enjoying this conversation, but I can't sit here all day and have this conversation. I feel like we could debate this for till the end of time. Like I said, I'm going to send this raid out here in a second. Thank you to everybody who stayed here for this. This has definitely been one of the more successful streams of late. I appreciate that. And I did enjoy this conversation, and you're more than welcome to come back any of the times I'm live or in general. And we will have more conversations like this. I just only have so much left in me today. Thank you for that. But like I said, thank you for those who were here, everybody who came in, everybody stuck around, etc., etc. I will not be back Friday, most likely. There's a chance I'll do a stream on Friday, but it depends on how Thanksgiving plays out. Saturday will definitely be back. It's probably going to be the end of Second Attack unless I talk myself into just telling that game to go to hell. And then we'll see what happens from there. Sunday, coin flip, we'll see what happens. And then Monday, it'll probably be back to Superland unless I'm having a real bad day again. But with that, I am queuing you guys up to head out. Kimmy's a lot of fun. Be good to her. She has been very kind to me for the most part. And I am going to go find something to eat. Bye, everybody.
Talk to you. Go away, Buttercup. I'm gonna give you a wedgie and then toss you off the cliff. Give me 2 points. No! Oh. Hey.
Go.
Hey, Jacobite. Welcome in. Well, welcome in, Raiders.